Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested 14 people believed to have been behind the chaos that disrupted the Linda Wananchi rally in Kakamega town on Saturday. Western Regional Police Commander Issa Muhammad said the suspects were picked up later that evening while traveling in a private vehicle. He said they were intercepted through a joint operation between officers in Kakamega and Kisumu as they headed towards Kisumu. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen is urging African countries to adopt community-based correctional programs as an alternative to jail terms. Speaking on Tuesday at a conference on advancing community corrections in Africa, Murkomen said overcrowded prisons are putting pressure on public resources, affecting rehabilitation efforts and undermining human rights. He noted that non-custodial sentences can help ease congestion in prisons while still ensuring justice is served.
Kenya has, however, made significant strides in embracing progress and humane approaches to justice. Today, a notable proportion of offenders are managed through community supervision.
The importance of having such level of expertise in one room is that you have an opportunity to exchange ideas. The issues on correctional services in Kenya and on community correctional services.
A section of female senators have called on the government to act on what they term as a worrying rise in political violence at rallies across the country. Led by nominated Senators Catherine Muma and Veronica Maina, the lawmakers say it is unacceptable to see lives lost and people injured during heightened political activities. They also condemned acts of violence by individuals identified as goons during rallies.
I want to call upon all our young men, please don't be used as political weapons in violence. In Kitengela, a life was lost. In Mbale, a life was lost.
And we are also condemning in the strongest terms all forms of violence, abuse, forms of aggressions that we are experiencing now in political rallies aimed at political showdowns between different groupings or different political divides. Indeed, it is very worrying that in 2026, early 2026, when general elections are slated for 2027, we have the kind of violence we are seeing being meted out.
Nigeria's government has rejected a media report alleging that it paid a huge ransom to Islamist militant group Boko Haram to secure the release of more than 200 pupils and staff abducted from a Catholic boarding school in November. Information Minister Mohammed Idris described the allegation made by AFP news agency completely false and baseless. He also denied that 2 Boko Haram commanders were freed as part of the deal. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is the 25th day of February 2026. My name is Mngala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. City Muga ako hapa na mimi kwenye studio. City, habari ya asubuhi.
Habari asubuhi nzuri.
Ulilala vipi?
Salama salmini.
Watu wako waambaje?
Wazima.
Neighbors nao wako vipi?
Neighbors nafikiri wako wazima.
Aha. Yule anaye chunga pale mlangoni anaitwa nani? Bawabu wako vipi?
Mzima sana. Hata tumesalimiana leo asubuhi.
Ehe.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, hiyo ni fiti sana. Hata mimi bawabu wetu wako sawa. Wanakuanga kadha wa kadha. Kadha wa kadha wale. Nakwambia pale sisi tuko well protected, nakwambia.
Well protected.
Ukijileta pale ati wataka kujipiga kifua, sijui wataka kuingia na mabavu, my friend, utapatana na Masai mwingine bana, huyu jamaa acheki. Acheki. Kifika anachekanga tu na mimi. Lakini na watu wengine, yule jamaa huwa acheki bana. Acheki, hataki mchezo.
Anajua ako kazini.
Anajua ako job.
Na kile ambacho inaweza kumharibia kazi hataki kabisa.
Ni huko kucheka. Watu wengine wote wako salama, familia iko salama, watu wamekula maembe wamenona. The season has come to an end.
Maembe inaonyesha kwani?
It's a lot of sugar. They have lots and lots of sugar. So if you overeat them for sure, and not only will you increase in weight, but you can also fall sick. You can have other conditions such as hyperglycemia.
Unaweza kuji over sugar.
Bas, unaweza jipata pia uko na diabetes, inategemea. Alafu pia ukikula maembe mengi tena sana, depending on the sitting, pia unaweza pata homa, because some of them have got these bugs that keep on feeding on them and they lay their eggs in there, and so you can even get stomach upsets, you can catch a cold. Like maembe ni matamu for sure, but overdoing it, sometimes you can bring upon yourself other problems.
It begs the question.
Yes, sir.
Why would I then want to eat such a hazardous fruit?
No, it's actually a good fruit.
Okay.
But just like everything else, just like passion fruits, just like bananas, just like, I don't know, pineapples and watermelons, overdoing it, inaleta shida zingine nyingi pia.
Okay.
Na pia lakini, you know, those fruits are actually good for bowel movement. Okay. So watu ambao wanasemanga ati sijui tumbo yangu imeshikamana, siendi choo vizuri, you just do several bananas, my friend. They open the floodgates, if you know what I mean. Okay, it is the 25th day, like I said. What is significant about today? Well, let me tell you. In 1570, this is the 16th century, Queen Elizabeth I is excommunicated by Pope Pius V. Or is it Pope Pius?
Pius.
Yeah, so in 1570, on a day like today, February 25th, Queen Elizabeth I is excommunicated by Pope Pius V. Aliambiwa, dadangu, tafadhali, kutoka leo wewe si Mkatoliki tena. Kaambiwa toka hapa na uende kabisa kama umeenda.
Alisema nini
ati?
Alishukuru.
Nani akashukuru?
Kama alalamika.
Queen Elizabeth.
Malkia, yes.
Lakini lazima alalamike.
Mbona?
Excuse me, why would you do that to me? Unfortunately.
Kuna sababu bwana.
Lazima kuwe na sababu. Hapa mahali ambapo naisoma, sababu yenyewe haijaandikwa.
Lakini kitu muhimu kilichofanyika siku hiyo
ni kana kwamba Malkia Elizabeth wa kwanza alifukuzwa katika kanisa la Katoliki na Baba Mtakatifu Pius wa tano.
Alright.
Naam. Alafu kitu kingine kilifanyika, Cassius Clay, this is in 1964. In 1964, Cassius Clay aka Muhammad Ali defeats Sonny Liston to become world heavyweight boxing champion. On this day, in 1964, Cassius Clay, aka Muhammad Ali, defeats Sonny Liston to become world heavyweight boxing champion. I've actually watched several movies about this gentleman called Cassius Clay, who later converted to Islam and was now called Muhammad Ali. And they show a very strong personality. Like, this guy had conviction for days. You couldn't convince him otherwise. If he had set up his mind for, in a certain direction, kumtoa pale ilikuwa ngumu sana. Actually, I don't think there's a single person who managed to change this guy's mind, apart from, of course, the women that he lay with. Cassius Clay, it is. Muhammad Ali, 1964, walichuana pale na Sonny Liston, na jamaa alimtandika kama burukenge, akawa ndiye heavyweight boxing champion. City. Over to you. We're still in Zambia, right?
We're still in Zambia, but Elizabeth.
Yes, Queen Elizabeth I.
Yes, we were Elizabeth Lizi.
Malkia Elizabeth.
Lizi. Alionea kwamba nini?
Atafanya nini?
She propagated Protestantism, which went directly against the Catholic doctrines of the time.
For sure.
So the Pope declared her a heretic. Sio pekee, si ati mtu ambaye hamchi Mungu, ni mtu kamwe hamjui Mungu.
Naam. Ngoja kidogo. Yeye alikuwa anasambaza Protestantism.
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 No. okay, Protestantism.
So ni kama vinye sasa Sifuna anafanya ODM.
That is an excellent example.
So yeah, Oburu is like the Pope. You can just be like, you know what? Because you're propagating other stories, please bounce, go.
You see, one of the things that did, it directly challenged the power of the Pope.
Of course.
Okay? Pope wasn't going to sit down, aseme tu okay, sawa, Lizzie, nimekuwa lakini suje tukunywe chai tuongee. No. Remember in those early days around 1570, eh?
Yes.
Kitambo sana hiyo.
Naam.
The Pope actually owned a state. Alikuwa ni kama nini, emperor. Ama king hivi. They were papal states.
Yes.
Zake.
Naam.
Zake mwenyewe. Siku hizi ni Vatican peke yake.
Ndio.
Lakini zamani hizo. So the authority of the church then extended to what was known as the Christian world then. Popote palipokuwa na Wakristo, yule ambaye alikuwa anasimamia dini,
naam,
ilikuwa ni huyu
Papa Pius wa 5.
Yes. So that one, it makes sense that he had to kick first.
Yeah.
Mko afikiria nini?
Ukileta stress bwana, huyu jamaa atakuchuja.
Yes, ndio.
Wewe anza kujifanya pale kichwa ngumu.
Ati nini wewe ati
Ni kama uko hapa Kenya lakini unasema sisi ni wa Uganda.
Mzee takwambia urudi.
Enda huko Uganda sasa.
Kwanza we'll ask you unataka kwenda wapi tukupeleke.
We'll even pay the flight for you.
Tutakupeleka. Hata ukifika kule kama kuna msafara kidogo inahitaji gari. Tutapanga hayo pia.
You remember there's a time there was this Mombasa See Kenya movement.
Yes.
Those guys were descended on properly. They were descended on vizuri.
The point they were making was a valid one. When you feel you've been neglected, when other parts of the country have received the attention of the government in terms of development projects, you have a right to ask, kwani, are we not part of this country?
Exactly. Good question.
I mean kwani, sisi nini kwani? All right. Proverb.
Zambia.
Simple, straightforward, to the point.
What does it say?
It is saying this, today's bush is tomorrow's forest.
Today's bush
is tomorrow's forest.
Okay.
So,
ni kama venye wahenga wanasemanga haba na haba ujeza kibaba.
Haba ukiweka pamoja na haba,
wanakuwa kibaba.
Kibaba si mbali vile.
So one bush grows, expands.
Kitambo hivi. Ukimaka hivi. Basi msitu.
By the time unasema punde si punde.
Yes.
Ala?
Msitu.
We have a forest.
Yes.
I like that. Watu wa Zambia walikuwa wajanja.
My friend, these proverbs are simple and they are beautiful.
Yes.
Oh, they are truly beautiful.
Watu walikuwa na Buruwain.
Buruwain nani?
Buruwain, yani they had brains.
Oh, Buruwain.
Yeah. It's just, Sheng comes in all shapes, forms and sizes. One thing becomes one thing becomes another kidogo without kwa nasemanga ghafla bin vu, one word becomes 17 words in one. It's crazy. It's a crazy world we live in.
That's the evolution of language, my friend. And it's something that is absolutely organic.
Yes.
Hakuna mahali watu wanakaa wanasema kwa Sheng itakuwa hivi. No. But when you find Sheng within the confines, say, of a metropolis or a city like Nairobi,
yes,
you'll be amazed at how many languages it encompasses. Okay? Oshago. Gishagi.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Madhe. There are so many words that are borrowed from other languages to make it work, and everybody understands it when you say it.
Exactly.
All right? You know what it reminds me of? Huh?
What does it remind you of?
The English language.
Yes.
There's hardly any language on this planet that has borrowed extensively from other languages like the English language. Hakuna kitu. In fact, there's hardly any language that the English language hasn't borrowed something from.
Yeah. I mean, English is a combination of very many languages. It has borrowed from French, it has borrowed from German, it's
actually a Germanic language. Yes.
It has borrowed from the Dutch.
It has borrowed from Kiswahili.
Imeborrow pia Kiswahili.
Hivyo basi.
Naam. Na kila wakati rather they keep on adding new words to the English dictionary, the Oxford English Dictionary.
They do. Kitambo mtu akwambia mwe na safari.
Yeah.
Kila mtu anajua safari nini, sio?
Of course.
Na safari huendi popote isipokuwa Afrika Mashariki.
Naam. Ndio sasa.
Ndio umeenda safari.
Lakini pia huko America sometimes they go, let's go on safari to the easy falls kubwa zinajulikana aje hizi za Niagara Falls. We're going on safari to Niagara Falls. But yeah, I mean now safari has become this word that you can use to describe An expedition.
Yes.
Exactly. So there we are.
Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Tuingie katika mtandao wetu wa radiogeneration.co.ke, and the first story we are seeing here is that the House Committee has cleared Ida Odinga for the United Nations Environmental Program Envoy role. So there's a story here by Tanya Wanjiko. Wacha tuone Wanjiko ametuambia vipi. The National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations has endorsed the nomination of Ida Odinga as Kenya's permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Program, paving the way for a final decision by the House. Presenting the committee's report on Tuesday, Chairperson Nelson Koech told lawmakers this House approves the appointment of Canon Dr. Ida Odinga as the permanent representative at the UNEP. Now, the report is set to be tabled during Wednesday's plenary sitting, where members of parliament will debate the recommendation and vote on whether to adopt or reject it.
What I like about this whole thing,
yes,
what I truly like, is that we have processes and procedures, and we are seeing it at work. It is a good thing.
Yes.
Yes.
Wacha tuone itakuwa vipi. Leo ndio wanapatana wafanye mjadala, alafu maybe after that watatueleza what's up. Now, police arrest 14 over chaos at Sifuna Kakamega rally. This is a good thing because itafika mahali watu watasema, look, if you know, events such as these rallies can be investigated, people can be arrested, arraigned in court. Now people will stop sending goons or even setting up their own goons and stage managing drama, because in the past we have heard of situations where politicians actually hire goons to come and disrupt their own meetings so that they can blame the other side. Sasa kama mtu anashikwa, for example, mimi nikishikwa na nilikuwa nimelipwa na CT nikuje ku disrupt event yake, itabidi nimeambia tu koti, look, CT paid me and he told me to come chanting the other side's you know, slogans, beating up a few of his fellows so that he can have good grounds to blame the opposition. Now we will stop that nonsense.
You remember the by-election in Malava?
Yes, I do.
I've not forgotten. There was a guy who was dressed in battle fatigues. Huh?
Yes.
Dark glasses. A decent pot belly.
Okay.
So I'm telling you, okay? He had some gadgets on his belt, whatever they were, okay? And he had this phone that looks like a walkie-talkie.
Yes.
Okay? And he looks like somebody who was not going to take any nonsense from anybody.
Yes.
Why? There were pictures. I know this because I saw the pictures.
Yes.
The narrative. Those, he was stripped to his underwear.
Water.
That's how I knew he had a pot belly.
By the crowds?
By individuals who know how to mark such people. I don't know who it was. And he spilled the beans. He said he had been paid from Nairobi.
Yes.
He had been told blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Bro, sazile umezingirwa na, you know, those folks who are ready to lynch you. You will say everything and leave nothing.
Life is hard in the rural areas.
Yes, it is.
If someone's daily task is a sugarcane cutter, you have no idea how strong that person is. He will slap you and you'll think he has hit you with a weapon.
And it's just his hand.
His hand. He has not used any other weapon. And it's a slap, not a punch. Okay?
Yeah.
The problem with what we see as a youth bulge, we talk of the youth bulge, but the problem existed long before we acknowledged it. When you have very many groups of young people who finish various stages of education and they don't really know what to do next, they become easy targets for those who want to pay them for purposes that they think will further whatever agenda they have.
Yes.
That's it. And this didn't start yesterday. No. Because elderly people like myself will not form part of the goon squad.
Yeah, for sure.
No. Everything that is required, I will be eliminated from that particular list at the first option.
Yeah.
The unfortunate thing about what we're discussing is that it is likely to grow, not to diminish. Yes.
It will get worse.
It is likely to grow. Because if people find a means by which they feel they now have money, like some of these rallies that you find taking place, you'll be told by people who know well in advance if money has been dished out. You'll know.
Yeah.
They'll tell you. And they'll even tell the people who've been given money to dish out. Yes.
Kubaya.
This thing, the police service need to nip this thing in the bud. Because right now, we haven't gotten to a fully fledged campaign mode. So these things can be managed.
Yeah.
But there's the same goon squad. Don't think other people may form, but they are the main people who run these things. It's organized. Do not assume it is haphazard.
Yeah.
As most Kenyans say, it is not haphazard. Okay?
Haphazard.
Yes.
Haphazard.
Yes. Ndio simeandikwa haphazard.
Haphazard.
Sasa hiyo,
Yes.
if it is allowed to continue morphing, it gets to a point where it's not easy to control.
Okay.
Because there are many.
Another story here. Uproar in National Assembly after ODM lawmakers dropped from key committees. Why the uproar? I mean,
Dropped by whom?
Si tusome. Alright? A fresh wave of political tension swept through the National Assembly after a sweeping reconstitution of committees pushed several Orange Democratic Movement lawmakers out of influential oversight roles, igniting sharp protests and claims of political retaliation. Now, the changes announced through the select committee altered the leadership and membership of several key House teams, while parliamentary leadership insisted the review was necessary to reflect party positions and recent by-election outcomes. Some of those affected argued the move was aimed at sidelining independent voices within the opposition. Suba South MP Karoli Omondi is among the most affected. He has been removed as chairperson of the Constitution Implementation Oversight Committee and redirected to the Sports and Culture Committee, a shift he views as a demotion from a critical constitutional watchdog role.
What did he think?
Kidutu Church MP Anthony Kibigendi, who remains under indefinite suspension, has also been taken off the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education and reassigned to the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. Now, his place in the powerful Investment Oversight team will now be taken by newly elected Kasipul MP Boyd Were Ongondo, son of the late Kasipul MP Charles Ongondo Were. Now, this for me was actually long overdue. Mulikuwa mnadhani? So ukirebel, of course
there will be repercussions.
Lazima kukuwe na punishments hapa na pale. Yeah, but for me, I'm just asking. I'm thinking out loud that they shouldn't really protest much. They saw this coming.
They shouldn't. But also remember, a lot of what, if you listen to what Karoli Omondi was saying,
yes,
it was not inflammatory. No. He was pointing out what Kenyans refer to as an obviosity. Okay?
It's obvious.
Yes, because he was asking, guys, even as we go about this business that we are in, remember, we've had people who've supported ODM for a very long time, through several election cycles. Is it possible for us to consider people like Kalonzo?
Yeah.
Kalonzo has supported Raila continuously. He said, surely, would it be wrong if we supported such a person? Okay.
It wouldn't be wrong.
No, it would not actually be wrong. And he says, look, what about the people from Western Kenya? They have supported Raila unfailingly. What would be wrong with us supporting somebody from that particular part of the... As I said, he's asking questions that should be asked.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
And then, where perhaps he's touching a nerve, is when he talks about some of the things that have happened. One of the things he's repeated over and over again,
yes,
is, and Sifuna talked about it.
Okay.
I listened to him talk about it yesterday. Raila was out of the country. When he came back, one of the things that he was met with was some MOU document that had been prepared. But at the same time, some of his key lieutenants had joined the government. Okay.
Yes.
And what seems to be implied is that it was not Raila who determined those appointments. These fellows took the initiative in their hands, and they decided that if the appointment was afoot, they were going to get themselves appointed. Okay? So, these are the things that they've been pointing out. Now, there are those who say that everything that is being said is true. Sifuna has corroborated it.
Yeah.
And even explained how the MOU came about. Okay? Now, what it tells you is that, very simply, ODM has a struggle for power.
Yeah.
Within its ranks. That's all.
And it's a legit situation that they are facing. And at the end of it all, we just hope that they come out stronger. Because we need a strong democratic process and strong democratic parties so that they can hold each other to account, hold the government to account, and Kenyans can get the best services.
Let me tell you something that I've not heard people discussing, but it has occurred to me.
Yes.
As I was thinking about these matters yesterday. What if they resolve the issues?
Good question.
Because the discussion is, it'll break. Okay, what if they resolve their issues?
They come out buddies.
Yes, they come out buddy and they're told, Sifuna.
Alafu sasa.
Just root it. And then
sasa wenye watu walikuwa wameanza kuchukia Sifuna, wenye walikuwa wamechukia Dr. Oburu, wenye walikuwa wamechukia sijui Kale Mamisi, wenye walikuwa wanataka kuua Babu Owino, wenye walikuwa wanataka kurushia fulani maembe na mayai. You now start looking like a fool.
Oh yeah, because that is a likelihood. And then what do you do when it happens?
You look like an idiot, and then
because they can sit and think and say, we all stand to lose here.
Yeah.
This thing. Let's find a middle path, shall we?
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because at this rate, none of us will gain anything. Because even the rhetoric, the high-pitched rhetoric,
yes,
the volatile rhetoric that was there, it's if you listen, they are not going at each other ham and tongues.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah.
No.
And even actually, what you're asking, we can also throw in a different spanner in the works. What if Dr. Buru one day wakes up and he's like, you know what? Sifuna has actually been right.
Yes.
We're heading in there. ODM is a strong party. ODM should actually have its own presidential candidate in 2027.
Yes.
Na unajua sasa wenye pia walikuwa wameshaanza kusema story mingi, ODM is dead. Then now we start having different conversations around this death.
Paul, that is not an issue in Kenya. Changing your mind on the spot.
It's not
on the spot.
It's not a big deal.
No, we don't want this. No, actually, this is what we really wanted all along.
Exactly.
You're the one who will be left wondering. Was I imagining what this fellow said?
Then you have all this bile inside you. You have all this hatred inside you, and you don't know where to take it now. You're like, okay, I think I thought I hated Sifuna, but now I don't hate him anymore. Now,
yeah, because
now,
so who do I hate now?
Itakuwa ngumu kuhate mse sasa now that amefanya vile tulikuwa tunataka.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's crazy. It's crazy, guys.
Crazy.
Wacha tuombe ODM waweze kufanya kile kitu ambacho wameset out kufanya kama
kile ambacho kitawasaidia wao
kabisa. Aya. One last story before we get deep into your what is it called? Roads. Drone strike kills M23 spokesperson in North Kivu amid ceasefire talks. What is this all about? Let's see. So this is a story by Bradley Bosire. The spokesperson for M23 rebel movement, Willie Ngoma, was reportedly killed early on Tuesday in a drone strike by Congolese government forces in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The attack, which occurred around 3 a.m., struck Rubaya, a town in North Kivu known for its coltan mines that supply roughly 15% of the world's coltan, according to a senior M23 official cited by Reuters. Now, the strike follows several days of drone operations across the region. So these guys are having a ceasefire, then someone just decided to drop a drone.
Yes,
a drone bomb. Now Ngoma's death emerges as both Kinshasa and M23 work to uphold a Qatar brokered ceasefire. The arrangement includes a joint monitoring and verification system with representatives from Qatar, the United States, and the African Union overseeing compliance. Hii ni noma. Although the M23 has yet to formally announce Ngoma's passing, statements by another spokesperson, that is Lawrence Kanyuka, confirmed the drone operations in Rubaya. Now, he condemned the DRC government's actions, alleging deliberate targeting of civilians, and added that similar strikes hit Kalehe, another area that is in contention. All right. They also said, this is now Mr. Kanyuka, he said that these criminal attacks still ongoing unequivocally demonstrate the Kinshasa regime's these criminal attacks still ongoing unequivocally demonstrate the Kinshasa regime's intent to sow terror, chaos, and death among civilian populations. The AFC M23 calls upon the Congolese people as witnesses. Hii vita itaisha lini?
Vita gani?
hii vita ya Congo.
You know, there's something that must be understood. Whenever we talk about colonialism, we shouldn't tire.
Yeah.
Remember, what we know as DRC was under the Belgians.
Yeah.
Rwanda, the kingdom as it was known, the French came in, the Belgians were there. I'm not sure that the Germans featured, but the French did, the British did, the Belgians to some degree.
Yes.
Now, when they redrew the map, that area of Eastern Congo, where the group called the Banyamulenge are.
Yes.
The Banyamulenge were not Rwandese who left to go to Tanzania, I mean to DRC. They were, when maps were redrawn, they found themselves in DRC. So they are citizens of DRC. It's not that they didn't move, it's the land which moved.
Okay.
Okay? So they found themselves there. It is like the Masai, it is like the Samia. Okay?
Borders zilichorwa wakapata
divided. Yes. And on both sides you find relatives on both sides of the border. But some are citizens of the other country, some are but their being relations remains a constant.
Yeah.
Okay? It is something that we see characterized throughout the whole of this particular continent. We look at northern Kenya. We look at the Borana. We're talking about Moyale. We look at the Somali. It is something that people accept and live with. The problem is, it is not this government of Tshisekedi who have been trying to expel the Banyamulenge. No. It started much earlier. Much earlier. Now the problem is, you are telling these people to go, and the question is, where exactly do you want them to go? They are citizens of your country in the same way you are citizens of that particular country. Okay?
So life iendelee.
Yes. The attempt was to first strip them of their citizenship so that they can be referred to as Rwandese. You know, there are some conflicts we have on this continent that paint the political leaders we have as some really petty people. You wonder, how did this person get elected to be president of this country? Something which historically is known. It's not something that you have to conduct some profound research to arrive at. It is known. Okay? How then do you decide all of a sudden that you do not want these people?
Maybe one day, one time, we shall have the opportunity to interview and ask him.
Traffic.
Looking at the roads of Nairobi right now, I can tell you without fear that if you're coming from KCA University heading to Pangani, just brace yourself. I hope you have some coffee, just relax, listen to Radio Generation, because those are the only options you have. Juja Road is looking good. Same as I see you corona hizo barabara zote ziko nywe. Muranga Road iko fiti, that is if you're coming into town from Thika Super Highway. Landis Road not bad at all. Moi Avenue bumper to bumper kidogo too. That means that you guys are streaking into the CBD vizuri tena sana, but the rest of the CBD is looking good. Akina Luthuli Avenue, Mkosawa, Temple Road, Haile Selassie, and so on and so forth. When I zoom out and I look at Jugo Road kule Mbotela sehemu za Makadara, hapo ndio kuna ka traffic tu kidogo, but after that and before that everything else is looking good. And then I'm looking at Outer Ring Road. Outer Ring Road, as you're heading towards Thika Road, iko sawa, and also as you're heading towards Airport North Road today, actually looking good. A little bit of traffic at around Southfield Mall, that is on the opposite side of the road as you're trying to head on over to Cabanas, but it looks like it's moving traffic. Mombasa Road looking good. So that means if you come in from areas like Athi River, Kitengela, wewe uko tu sawa. Utafika town vizuri, maintain speed of course, and observe traffic rules. Sindio? If we get to a place called Moabadha, that is Moabadha tunasema namna gani? Hii barabara inayotoka, acha nikwambie. Hii barabara inayotoka kule Coinage Road iko sawa. Kwa Kiziwi huko naona pia mko sawa. Mwangeka Road hiyo yote iko fiti. Kuna mali naona traffic kweli, acha nikwambie mali kuna msongamano. Pale Biashara Street. Hapo kidogo mtakuwa mnapatana pale, alafu mnapishana sababu ya ile roundabout. Pale Membo tayari pia naona barabara iko fiti. Faza Road, Muyaka Road kule, mambo yote yako sawa. Hiyo ni as far as the island is concerned. But on the other side, same za Bombolulu naona mko sawa kabisa, Mikindani kule Changamwe, Miritini mko sawa kabisa. Hata wenye wanaelekea Kwale County huko naona pia mko sawa sawa. That means kama uko unaelekea sehemu za Shelly Beach kule Mtongwe mko sawa kabisa. Ukiona chochote barabarani ambacho mnafaa kuniambia basi niambie, alafu mimi nitaweza kuambia wale wengine wote.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Alright. Tuanze na gazeti gani? Mimi ninaona tuanze na The Standard newspaper. What is on the front page of The Standard? Here we go. Whose goons is what they're asking. And there's a picture there of Dr. Raymond Omolo. He's the PS of Interior. Interior PS Raymond Omolo is cast as a polished technocrat with a philanthropic touch. But in Nyanza, a darker narrative is taking hold. As rival camps prepare for bruising political battles ahead of the general election, allegations are mounting that state-backed empowerment networks have morphed into engines of intimidation, with goons shadowing rallies, disrupting meetings and operating in full glare of the police. Supporters hail decisive leadership. Critics see a dangerous fusion of power, patronage and fear that could tip a volatile region into chaos. But why? Why is this place volatile? I thought now...
Which place?
This is now Nyanza.
You know, one of the things that we in the media do, this is narrative setting, if you ask me.
Yeah.
When was the last time that the Nyanza region was known to be violent? It was when we had the by-elections in where? In Kasipul. Okay? And 70 people were arrested, some people died. Okay? That's in Kasipul. It was a by-election. Which other part of Nyanza have we seen violence? In the recent past, no. There was a time when that statement was an absolute truth.
Yeah.
Anything akin to a political rally or gathering, forget being chaotic. You know, it can be chaotic, but it's not violent.
Yes.
You are guaranteed some violence.
Let me underline some words here. But in Nyanza, a darker narrative is taking hold as rival camps prepare for bruising political battles ahead of the general elections. Allegations are mounting that state-backed empowerment networks have morphed into engines of intimidation, with goons shadowing rallies, disrupting meetings and operating in full glare of the police. Supporters hail decisive leadership. Critics see a dangerous fusion of power, patronage and fear that could tip a volatile region into chaos. So kama wanasema hizi empowerment programs ambazo zinafanyika sehemu hiyo, of course na serikali hapa ndio inafanya most of these empowerment programs, ni kumaanisha ni kama wanajaribu ku identify youth groups zenye zinaambiwa shikeni pesa lakini msisahau na nema wapatia. So wakati ukifika ambao tunahitaji services zenu, be ready to hit the call. This is how I'm looking at this headline by The Standard.
And I'm saying this, there is something that they may know that the rest of us don't know.
Yes.
They may have been given 411.
Yeah.
About these matters, and they know about the groups. But I shall inquire. And I will ask people who live in that region.
Yes.
Whom I know.
Yes.
Tell me what exactly is going on.
All right. Acha tutaona basi sababu. That is the front page of The Standard. Front page of the Daily Nation. The Russian mercenaries, what they are calling this. 1,000 is the number of Kenyans fighting for Russia in Ukraine, according to a NIS dossier. Kenyans are lured to join the Russian military with a signing bonus of 1.2 million, but some have paid with their lives. Mikhail Lyapin, a Russian national and Arasa's friend, deported last year on suspicion of running a rogue jobs syndicate. Who is Arasa? So this is a guy, there's a guy there, amepigwa picha, amewekwa pale, amebandikwa. Wanasema Festus Arasa Omwamba has teetered between notoriety and anonymity. He has engineered the ouster of a senator, battled fraud charges, and is now wanted for sending Kenyans to fight for Russia. So why do they want him for sending Kenyans? Because from what I understand, Kenyans literally, some, not all, some Kenyans literally are looking for these jobs.
He has positioned himself as an agency.
As the broker.
And to be an agency, you need to be registered. That business of sending people abroad needs to be licensed.
So let's put it there. Let me just paint a scenario here. Paul Mungalambuvi. I know someone in Russia who you can actually link with na kupatia an opportunity there, whether it's the military or anything else. So Siti Muga calls me and tells me, Mbuvi ni aje? Si wewe ulikuwa Russia at one point? Si manze uni organize huko hivyo uone venye naweza pata kitu kumwambia, actually kuna msee najua anaitwa Mikhail Lyapin. Chika ongea na msee atakujenga. I am not an agent, but I've helped you go to Russia.
One person recommending the employment of another, that's not an agency.
What if 1,000 people come to me?
You're an agency. They don't go further.
They tell me
you're an agency.
Mbuvi, ulisaidia City.
You are an agency. You've decided to take over the job of somebody.
These guys are not paying me.
It doesn't matter.
I just told them, look,
and
guys,
how do we know we are not being paid? Mikhail is probably giving you a kickback.
Of course I'm being paid. What I'm trying to say is, how will the government ascertain that indeed I'm an agency? Me, I can come and say, look, these folks clearly know I was in Russia on social media. I have posted my life in Russia. So they keep on calling me and telling me, Nyade, hook me up. And I tell them, here's a number.
Paul, ignorance in this country is no defense.
Call Mikhail. Mikhail will help you get a job to Russia.
The way this thing works and why they require agencies, there is a procedure.
Yes.
The PS, Madam Jogo explained this thing to us very clearly. Okay? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will know. Our embassy in that country will know. We will know where you're going. When your parents come to ask for you, we know what to tell them. Okay? Even when people go visiting and they say they're going on holiday, it is required and recommended that they register with the embassy, so that the embassy knows that you're there. Right? It is for your own safety.
True.
It is the right thing to do if a friend is in need and you can help. Just say, let me hook you up with so-and-so. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense. However, when it's something you've done on a number of occasions and the numbers keep increasing, you may not think so, but you are performing the roles of an agency.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa City. Sifuna open to alliance with United Opposition. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has said his ODM faction... Wait, what? His ODM faction? Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has said his ODM faction will explore a coalition with like-minded leaders to craft a formidable machine against President William Ruto's re-election. Now, the ODM Secretary General assured his group will not divide the opposition bloc. That story is on page 4. So this is what Senator Sifuna said. I want to assure everyone who believes our country cannot withstand another 5-year term of William Ruto that we will not be the problem. That is Edwin Sifuna.
Well, the Star, was that the Standard?
This is the Standard, yes.
Well, the Star, similar stories, really.
Wanasemaje?
Wao walianza kwa kusema, bang in the middle of their particular paper, they are saying, Sifuna signals grand alliance with Gachagua Kalonzo to beat Ruto. Okay, the thing about politics and the decisions people make at such times.
Yes.
At the time of making them, they always seem to be sound. Okay. However, it is really very early days yet. Why I say it is very early days yet? It's because what we are seeing is an enthusiasm that has built within a very short time to support Sifuna and Babu. Okay, that can dissipate like this. It hasn't been tested.
Yeah.
It needs to be tested. You see, the immediate former party leader of ODM was a man who understood how to test those things. He would actually quit. Ford Kenya is not agreeing. Thank you very much.
I'm out.
LDP stands in Langata. This Kibra and so forth was Langata. Wins as member of parliament and kept winning. Okay? With that same thing, a problem arises somewhere along the line, disbands the party, joins KANU, becomes Secretary General. When he leaves KANU, NDP. This is not a man who was afraid to leave. Whatever his convictions were, he went to the convictions. when his stay after 2 years in the Kibaki government was working, he left. What am I saying?
What are you saying?
I am saying
Yes.
that this particular pudding, the test is in the eating.
Yeah.
Okay? If you are popular, we can say now you are popular.
Yes.
I will not say the same for tomorrow. For me to say it is tomorrow, it has to linger for a while longer, and I have to see it, should we say, acquiring staying power.
Yeah.
Now, decisions are made because it is believed they are the right decisions. Statements are made to support certain decisions. And this is where mistakes occur. It's not in the decision making. No. It's in the circumstances around that decision. Because right now, everything that is politics in this country is fluid.
Yeah.
It is completely fluid. And nobody can tell me with certainty that they know that this group of people are going to support this person in 2027 and they're 100% sure. Well, somebody can say it. It doesn't mean it's true.
Zinaweza kuwa ni stories za ajabu.
Yes, and the problem is if you make a statement and take a certain position and it seems to be wrong, it can catapult you to leadership that even you were not prepared for. Or it can dim your political lights forever, and that's the end of that story.
Yeah.
And people will be saying, there was a time there was this person, Hey, man, that guy raised crowds,
Yeah.
That'll be the story. On the other hand, it can be, man, this guy is so far, He made a decision and look at where it has taken him. But we are at such a moment when some of these things can actually push you ahead or push you behind. The thing that I find, I want to add as a cautionary note, there are people who speak as though the entirety of Kenya and its population do not like Ruto. It's not true. It is not true. There are people who know things which they keep speaking of, and they find it despicable, and they say we can't have a president who is doing these things, and we need a change. Unfortunately, those statements could have been made for any presidents we've had in this country. Any. Literally any. You point to one, you can point the same thing throughout the presidencies of the previous presidents. But since we're not in the past, we're in the present, one can understand why they're saying what they're saying. But to assume that every Kenyan is of that mind, that is a fallacy.
Yeah.
Not every Kenyan is of that particular belief. It's really that simple. Yes. There are people who will tell you, if it wasn't for President Ruto, I would not have seen ABCD. Our region wouldn't have gotten ABC there.
Yeah.
Now, so long as such people are there, and those who are in the opposition haven't made it clear as to what it is they plan to do. They can keep saying the things they say about the president.
Yeah.
But with every utterance of the president's name, they're more or less campaigning for him.
We have been saying here for a very long time that perhaps the government needs to have a clear communication timetable where they actually tell people exactly what it is they're doing, what they have done, what they're doing, and what they're planning to do, with clear timelines and realistic and real timelines, so that at the end of the day Kenyans can actually check for themselves. I remember President Uhuru had this website, and I think it's still there, government delivers. Was it governmentdelivery.co.ke?
Yes.
There's a website.
There is a website for government delivery services, yes.
Exactly, where he outlined everything, what has been delivered on, what is pending, what was kilishindikana,
mahali
imefika, and so on and so forth. Na ni vitu ungeenda verify, lakini pia unge verify through the website, because they had pictures and videos also. I feel like this government isn't utilizing this particular tool.
When somebody said that the people in the communication department have turned the president into an influencer.
Yeah.
It was funny, but it's true.
It is true. Because now he has to go to Talanta, take a video.
Why must he be the poster person for everything that's happening?
He has to go to Talanta and take a video, kick a ball around, so that we can be like, okay, so Talanta iko, eh? But also, there's another side to this coin, that perhaps nothing has actually been completed, nothing has been delivered to its entirety.
I agree.
Yeah.
Sure. Why don't they tell us these things which haven't been delivered?
Na ndio maana wanashindwa kutuambia, kwa sababu they are like, bro, hii kitu tukisema
okay, but wale
tutakaa incompetent,
wale ambao wanapinga hao watu, si watuonyeshe hizo vitu ambazo zijamalizwa. Hatuonyeshwi. Hiyo nayo kusema kweli hatuonyeshwi. Yes, they say.
Yeah.
They say. We had Morara Kibasa yesterday. And we asked him about that Mogadashi road.
Ile naenda Kotulo.
Yes, and we asked him. He said, yeah, it's being built. He has no reason to tell us anything.
But for that one, the president had to ensure that it is being constructed, and he has to ensure that it's completed. Why? Because that thing trended. That thing trended seriously. Talanta also, he has got to see it to its completion. Because kama kuna projects wa Kenya waliguze hivi na wakasema, I mean, that road from sijui Tarbaj, sijui nenda wapi Kotulo, Kokote, Modogashe, people were actually dancing, created music to
around it.
Yeah, to the statement that he was making. So, and it trended all over, ikafika mpaka yani worldwide.
There are those who are of the view that such trends or trendings paint the president in a negative light.
Okay.
For a politician, there's no such thing. So long as you're trending, you're trending.
Yeah. For him, that was an opportunity to do what? To now show you what is going on.
Precisely.
Na hivyo ndivyo mtu anafanyanga anyway. When mtu akikuingilia sana and you are confident about a particular project, prove them wrong.
But that's, if you look at the season we are in, I am of the opinion that is what we're going to see a great deal of.
Yeah.
They'll tell you. Sema yako.
President has got now what? A little under 2 years to actually ensure that all those, and especially zile kubwa kubwa.
It will not be all. It will be some that stand out, and the ones which have received the most criticism.
Yes. For example, housing, the housing project, affordable housing.
You see, this narrative changes.
Yes.
There was, they're not going to be built. They have been built.
Now he needs to show all those houses that have been built, the people that have taken up these houses. I know nani alituambia, the Secretary General of Safina Party, Simiyu. Simiyu told us that chances are, the people occupying those houses might not be the people who are intended.
What did the government say? But what was their statement on occupation? Who did they say was going to occupy those houses?
Any Kenyan who's
okay.
Who's
there are those who argue
purchase, yes.
if monies are being deducted from them, they should be in the front of the queue in getting these particular houses. Okay. Now this one, the government needs to be clear.
But it's open for all. We hosted, I'm forgetting his name, but he's in the housing corporation.
I understand fully.
And he said the website is there. Just go get in there as a Kenyan, you can apply.
That one is not helping. He's not helping. Boma Yangu has been in existence for quite some time.
Right.
Many of these houses are listed in Boma Yangu.
Yes.
And everything about Boma Yangu is exactly what he has said. All right? Affordable housing had a different tilt to it. There were people who it was said were going to be removed from those informal settlements
and be placed here.
Yes. The Kurumkwa in Jenga was an informal settlement area. So the issue is, will we see people who were in Kurukwa and Jenga, who are known to be in Kurukwa and Jenga, being housed here? Because there was an audit taken and a listing of the residents taken, and there was some perfunctory activity about people being allocated buildings and so houses and so forth. This we are yet to see. You see? But this is not a tall order for the government. I don't think so. No, it is not. It is not. So neither is it a tall order for them to house police. Neither is it. It's everything about this housing is a question of the algorithm they are going to use to determine who, and I'm using the word algorithm deliberately, not because it means anything here, but I like the word. The algorithm that they're going to use in this particular instance will determine who gets the houses. Believe me,
yes.
Even if the houses are divvied up according to what they had said, we will still complain. Remember, we have certain national pastimes. One of them is complaining. Okay? And the narrative will change. When you see people going in, yes, but what about these people? Okay, if yeah, but these are the people. If the houses are complete, that is a take completed. Details of what they said, who is to get what, that is what we wait for. Okay.
So wacha tuone kama kuna mtu atafanya tracking ya president, because at this point we are not, personally, from where I sit, I am unable to know everything that was promised versus what has been delivered.
Oh, that is not difficult to figure out. We don't have time to discuss it, but it's well documented.
Yeah.
All the things that were promised and the things that were said. Let me just say this. This race for the presidency is wide open. Right now, wide open.
Kuna vile.
Yes, Ruto has every opportunity of being president, as does Kalonzo, as does Matiang'i, as does Sifuna.
As does Maraga.
As of now, actually, That's my all-time favorite.
Yeah.
Maraga.
CJ Maraga.
Yes, that is my all-time favorite.
Okay.
When it comes to a presidential candidate. Yes.
There's one thing here on the Daily Nation that I'll point out. Revealed top 10 counties in job creation. So the toppest county is actually Murang'a County with 98.3%. Then kwa hiyo top 10 the list is our corner 78.9, that is Kwale County, followed by Lamu. The list
meaning what?
Between number 1 and number 10. Number 1 kwa job creation ni Murang'a County.
Or number 10 ni
number 10 ni Kwale County.
Right.
Nairobi is at 80.3, Kiambu at 83.9, Nakuru 87.3, Kisumu 81.2, Elgeyo Marakwet 79 on the dot.
Have they explained what they mean by job creation?
I'm sure if you open page 7, you will see.
Itakuwapo.
Yeah, Machakos County 80%. Allah. And then Meru County wanakunja hapo, sijui namba yao ni ngani, but wako ana 80.3%. Huko on job creation, watu huko Meru County ni kama wako na makazi. Sasa sijui in terms of when we say kazi, ni kazi ngani watu wamepata huko? Is it the affordable housing construction? Is it people who are working in mashamba? Ama ni kazi ngani hizi county may create?
Let me just mention so that you understand what is happening in the business daily.
Right.
May I?
Please do.
Okay. NTSA adds 1,000 traffic cameras amid instant fines push. We're getting to a point where you will be fined instantly.
Yes.
All right. Wealthy Kenyans hire KQ Boeing jets for weddings, parties in the skies. Did you know this?
No, I didn't.
Well, I'm telling you now.
People are getting married in the sky.
Right. This is Kenya after all. No.
Good for you. Good for you.
Tunaogopa maji lakini skies. Tuogopi vile.
So the couple rather, are they the ones chartering this flight, or are you telling your friends, look guys, on this date I'm getting married and we're going to do it in the sky, so tickets on KQ are going for 10,000. So if you want to be in my wedding in the sky,
I would argue that what you've just said and the response is all of the above. But let me read what they have written.
Okay.
Wealthy Kenyans are chartering entire commercial planes for private celebrations, such as weddings, contributing to the growth of a niche, lucrative business for Kenya Airways. So, umesikia?
Yeah, nimesikia.
Umesikia? All right. Now, there's something even more interesting here.
Okay.
Pressure on Mombasa port as Uganda eyes new SGR link to Tanzania.
Yes.
We've taken this thing for granted. It's going to come to bite us. Back in the middle of this particular paper is something very interesting. Uganda gets veto power to hire and fire KPC boss.
What?
Kenya has given Uganda the right to veto future hiring and firing of Kenya Pipeline Company CEO as part of an agreement reached last week for Kampala to buy over 20 billion stake and save the firm's initial public offering.
Yeah? Ha?
Ho.
We?
He.
Hey. Sawa.
Kampala beat Nairobi in prime office rental yields, meaning they people who want to do business and occupy business spaces. There's more business in Dar es Salaam and Kampala.
And Champala.
Yes.
You can set up your business in Uganda.
Yes.
And they have an office space.
Yes.
Which is actually affordable.
Yes.
Bringing down your operational cost.
Yes.
It's your. I know where they are going with this. And you know what? That is a smart business move, because with time, when people move towards those particular areas and set up their companies there, actually, I know of truck drivers who've registered their trucks in Kampala, but they are Kenyans. Others have registered them in Tanzania. Yes, Tanzania.
But they are Kenya.
Jamani Karaoke, Kimani, Yusuf, whatever. Lakini amefungua kampuni yake Tanzania. Ni kunoma.
It tells you, doesn't it?
Ni kunoma.
Right.
So, question is, what are we going to do about it as a country? Are we going to just sit back and say, you know what? It is what it is. Lakini kama KPC, tumepeana CEO Kampala.
No.
Wagwan.
Wamepewa right to veto.
Aya, mimi nimekwambia city. Unajua kitu bana, you say it as it is. Meanwhile, grabbers target state house land. Someone wants to grab state house land. In this day and age, someone has got those cojones.
If they are trying to grab National Defense Forces land when the State House is
Sembuze State House.
Yes.
Haya.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A self-confessed suspect in the Shakahola massacre told a Mombasa court that controversial preacher Paul Mackenzie personally supervised grave digging and burials inside the forest settlement. Enos Amanyangala alias Hallelujah, who recently changed his plea and admitted involvement in the crimes, gave a detailed and emotional accounts of events that led to the deaths of 429 people. Testifying before Chief Magistrate Alex Ithuko, the 51-year-old broke down as he narrated how 6 of his own children died following strict fasting directives allegedly issued by Mackenzie.
Kama hamtatoka basi mgoje, sisi tukifika wakati wetu tutawavamia. Alipokuja akasema sisi hatutakubali tungojee kuvamiwa. Sasa sisi tuanze kufunga. Watu waanze kufunga waende kwa Yesu. Juu wale wakati wataamua kuja kutuvamia ama kututoa hapa, tuwe tumefika kwa Yesu, wakuta hakuna mtu, tuwe sote tumeenda kwa Yesu. Alisema kwanza wale ambao hawana chakula, hawameishiwa kabisa, hao waanze kufunga. Ukiishiwa usiombe mtu chakula, wewe kaa kwako. Kama Yesu hatalete chakula, ukikufa si dhambi.
Police are still searching for a woman accused of attacking her boyfriend and leaving him with serious burn injuries in Nairobi. The victim, Steve Godia, is fighting for his life at a city hospital after he was allegedly scalded with hot water during the incident. Steve says the attack happened on the eve of Valentine's Day at his rented house in Umoja 1 estate. He claims his girlfriend confronted him over suspicions that he was involved with an ex-girlfriend before the situation turned violent. State House Controller Kato Lemitito says land belonging to several state houses and state lodges have been grabbed illegally. Speaking before the National Assembly Committee on Administration and Internal Security, Metito told MPs that the government has already recovered 100 acres of land in Kakamega and is now focusing on reclaiming land in Nakuru and Kisumu. Lawmakers also expressed concern over the construction of multi-story building near state houses and lodges.
Almost all these state lodges and state houses, really, their land was really encroached. So it is a process. We are trying one by one. Even the Eldoret, before we did it, we had to, repossess.
Despite some, of course, renovation that has taken place, there was a lot of land dispute. It is being said that part of the state house or state lodge in Kisumu has been taken up by county government. Actually, one house was being occupied by a nominated MCA.
Actually, we reclaimed 100 acres for Kakamega State Lodge. And so before we even talk of, and that will lead us to the question Chair asked about Kisumu.
Energy and Petroleum Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi says there is nothing wrong with him taking part in political activities while serving in government. Speaking in an interview on Citizen TV on Tuesday, Wandayi said his engagements are legal and meant to update Kenyans on what the government is doing. He dismissed claims that he is already campaigning for President William Ruto's re-election, saying his job is simply to communicate the administration's achievements.
There's this misplaced notion that cabinet secretaries should not participate in the affairs of political parties. It's misplaced because the Constitution itself recognizes, yes, that cabinet secretaries are also Kenyans, and they have got the right to enjoy their freedoms of association and to engage in political affairs of their respective parties. And those rights cannot be abrogated. You cannot limit them.
Intensified drone attacks on the new front line of Sudan's civil war have led to mass civilian casualties in recent weeks and are increasingly shaping the cause of the conflict. The epicenter of fighting has shifted to south-central Kordofan region since both sides consolidated their gains in the other main battlefields of this nearly 3-year war. The conflict between the Sudanese regular army and the paramilitary rapid support forces has become one of the deadliest in Africa, despite US-led peace efforts. And that's your Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome indeed. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. We're just about to have a conversation here, but let me just acknowledge a couple of you who've tuned in. Don Sabwa, good morning. How are you doing? Caleb Omenda, you're asking, you're saying, Mubi uski baridi. Imagine who wants ski baridi. Sungura Wetu says, today's proverb Swahili similarity, today's Gen Z's, tomorrow's boomers. Then there's My Take 2.0 saying, there's no organization on earth where people always agree. It's true. Dr. Hosea Koech, I rely on RG for unbiased news. Karibu tena sana, Dr. Hosea Koech. We hope that we shall keep on doing right by you. Siti, that methali from this morning, would you mind sharing with our guests? Our guest this morning is Diana Amabel. He has her third name. I will not even attempt to pronounce it. I might end up saying my own things or biting off my tongue. But Diana Amabel is the Director of Programs and Partnerships, Leap Africa. Diana, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, like I said, I will not attempt to pronounce because, yeah.
You did well before.
Sorry?
You did pronounce it well.
I did, and I still struggled. No, but you know what? Let me do it. So it is Wakanma.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So Siti has this proverb that he shares every morning with our audience. And Siti, do you mind sharing that with
No, I
Diana?
would not mind at all. Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Zambia. A beautiful country. Rich country, rich in resources, human beings are natural resources as well, but mineral resources.
True story.
Yes. Today's bush is tomorrow's forest.
Interesting.
Today's bush is tomorrow's forest.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
When you think about it. The progression of the bushes over time. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, eventually it will grow and expand, become a forest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How would that relate to everyday life?
That's firstly, I love proverbs, so thank you for sharing. I've been to Zambia and I agree with you, it's a lovely country. I think that how you either nurture, and if you don't nurture, it's still gonna progress, but just progress in a way that is sort of an overrun forest, not let me use the word curated forest.
Yeah.
A forest that is useful where people can probably take shade. So when I think about today's bush being tomorrow's forest, I think about the extent to which you cultivate it well, because the type of forest matters.
True.
So if you want a forest where people can harvest, can enjoy the scenery, the environment of it, where nature can really bloom, then you need to put in the time and effort to cultivate it well. And I think about that in terms of the work I do with young people.
Yes.
And if I see them as the bush of today, for example, using that analogy, then the actions we take today, the way we enable, we optimize, we resource, we connect, is what will make them thrive, bloom, and become the forest
of tomorrow.
For the continent that allows us to feed the world, to invite the world, to contribute to the world more effectively.
All right. Good to know. I mean, I like the way you've described it. And it resonates with Africa as a whole. But help us understand what Leap Africa is all about.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Leap Africa is a 24-year-old, all 24 in a few months, youth development organization founded by the wonderful Ndidi Woneli. I don't know if you've ever heard of her. She founded it because she said that she'd be in rooms, where she's Harvard trained and Harvard educated, and they'll always be talking about, the young people of Africa, they don't have professional skills, they're not accountable, they're not effective, they don't have leadership development skills. And she's like, I need to change this narrative. So Leap Africa was birthed for their desire to really build the leadership development of our young people on the continent. So founded in Nigeria, but we work across the continent.
Yeah.
And we believe that to be able to really have optimal leaders who will be transformative change agents,
yes,
we need to bridge gaps in 5 focus areas, which we call our programmatic focus areas. And I'll just list those 5 as entrepreneurship, education, employability, active citizenship, and health and well-being. Because we know that if you take the average young person anywhere on the continent, especially sub-Saharan Africa, they're going to be struggling in one or more of those places at any point in time. And that limits them from being the leaders, the people that they need to be to really drive and push our continent forward.
When you say struggle, what exactly do you mean? Like, how do they struggle? They struggle in those 5 areas you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay.
So when you think about education, access to education for the most is limited. Quality education, even just being prepared for the future of work. The world we live in now is demanding a lot from our young people. How prepared are they? How competitive they are is always a major gap that we're trying to bridge. Think about employability. Africa has a huge unemployability problem.
True.
We have so many people graduating. The jobs are not there for them. That means that we're also trying to encourage them to be more entrepreneurial. But they're also some of the most underfunded, having access to markets, access to finance, to networks, very limited compared to their counterparts across the world. Then active citizenship, young people are almost discouraged from being active citizens. So there's a disillusionment that you find with the average young African when it comes to being politically active, when it comes to even understanding their civic duties. There's just a lack of, I would say, civic intelligence, education, exactly. So because of that, you find that they're not as active as they should be. Because you need people to be active citizens to know that I should be a problem solver. I can hold my leaders accountable. I should be involved in more of the things that's happening that influence me. And then health and well-being. This generation of young people are some of the most mentally unwell in history.
The current generation?
Yes, of youth. They and no wonder why. They are faced with some of the most wicked problems that the world has seen. There's a lot of dystopian talk when you think about what's going on in the world. They're constantly bombarded, and because of social media and the integration of the world, they're seeing things in real time.
Yeah.
And it's affecting them.
Just allow me to get the scope of the young folks you're talking about here. Are we talking about just the Generation Z, or are we talking about millennials, Gen Zs, and Gen Alphas?
We're talking about the whole spectrum, but particularly Generation Z and Gen Alphas, because they were born into a world where these things became more salient, more topical, more talked about. And so you find that they have a high incidence of anxiety, high incidences of depression, high incidences of suicidality. And so you cannot be trying to optimize them as leaders, as humans, and you're not addressing their health and well-being. especially in a continent that has limited, again, access to good quality healthcare. And then mental health and mental wellness is something that's increasingly being talked about. But in our culture, in African culture, sometimes it's a little bit still stigmatized.
Right.
So we're trying to bridge gaps in these areas. Of course, we can't do it alone, but this is the hill worth dying on for us, right? That's why we chose these 5 areas, and it's empirically driven as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're well traveled across Africa. You come from Nigeria, one of the most populous countries on the continent. Would you say, for example, and if you compare, with Kenya, in terms of the problems youth face in Nigeria and the kind of problems we have here in Kenya, are they comparable or are they worlds apart?
Very comparable. That's one thing you find across the continent. The only differences you find is the degrees to which they are happening. So there's the varying degrees happen across the continent, but very comparable. That's why I said if the average young African picked at random would have a struggle in these
5 areas.
And because our work at Leap Africa is across the continent, that means that we get to be in these spaces to talk to these young people, to feel their pulse, feel their perspective, hear from them. So we know that they really have so many of similar challenges that they're facing, and they just really want it to be, they want to be supported because they're ready. They really are ready to do more, to transform, to be supported, to be enabled, and it's up to us to really push that.
How cohesive would you say is the family setup on this continent of Africa?
So we're talking at the family unit.
I'm talking family unit.
That's a very interesting
with
question.
its diversity.
I think that, unfortunately, and I'm speaking subjectively somewhat, but also based on the work that we do at Leap Africa, there's a bit more fracturing happening at the family level. You find that whether it's the intergenerational gap that's happening or the disconnect with the world that is and the world that parents hope it should be. And so increasingly young people are not, and this is based on things that you hear a lot in rooms when you're having conversations, they're not always feeling like they're well understood or well supported by families. There's almost like a
Bless you.
Thank you.
There's almost like this disconnect, like an incongruous way of thinking. Parents and the uncles, aunts, family structures thinking this way, but the young people are thinking this way. And I can even use my own family. I think it's similar quite across the board. However, one thing that I do appreciate is there's still that thread of, maybe I should say, communality in our culture that is still quite strong. And you're finding that there's this almost pull, maybe because the world is becoming so unpredictable and uncertain. There's this desire for a more cohesive come together. So there's a moment in time that we are in, I think, that is really calling for and pulling these young people and pulling families wanting to be more together. Because when the world is so uncertain, what happens when you're not sure what's going on? You're like, let me just go to the house that I know, So while I'm seeing a bit of fracturing, I feel like there's still a desire and a drive, and our culture allows for it. It creates a framework for which cohesiveness can still really be fostered.
I ask the question because every problem that we talk of has a root. There's a genesis. There's somewhere where it begins. Now, for most people, what anchors them is a sense of belonging.
Absolutely.
I'm putting this thing simply. But if we look at the influences that are predominant in young people on this continent, I would argue those influences are not from our continent.
Agreed.
So, one, there's a dislocation. You have people who grow up in a certain ecosystem, a certain environment, with certain values, but what they seem to aspire towards sometimes are in direct conflict with everything else. So you find a great number of young people who are living, walking conflicts.
I agree completely.
Yes. So now when you take that mindset and put it into a place where someone is talking about entrepreneurship, one is talking about employment, One is talking about the things that would benefit them, and then one is talking about the one thing that seems to be the bane of our existence, our politics and our politicians. Then the likelihood is that these younger people are not going to find grounding. They're going to probably end up even being more confused than they currently are.
I mean,
There's a reason why I say this. Yeah. Human beings have an innate ability to determine what they think is good for them. If the things that young people seek could be found on the continent, the people would want to leave, but they wouldn't want to leave in such large numbers. They would look and say, yeah, it's good to, but I'd rather. So we are in this situation where we still have the largest population of people who lead us politically as older people.
Yes.
And whose values are probably of a previous century.
Yes.
True story.
Yes, I mean, I was born in the previous century, so I am.
I think everyone in this room was born in the previous century.
It depends on which
decade in the century.
So when we talk about the problems that our young people have, it begs this question.
Okay.
Those who've lived longer and perhaps seen more, how do you get to marry the aspirations of the younger folk with the reality of our continent? Because we are going to leave the continent to them whether we like it or not.
Exactly.
Yes.
I think the one thing that gives me hope, I would say, when I think about the young people we work with, is the fact that they are still, should I use the word malleable?
Malleable is a good word.
Yeah?
Yes.
They're still shapeable. They're still somewhat forming. So, like, we work with young people 15 to 35. That's our range, right? And of course, we use an ages and stages model. So we know that a 15-year-old is definitely not a 35-year-old. So what we're going to do at that level is not going to be the same thing we're doing with someone who's in their 30s. But we also know that we need to be addressing many things across that spectrum. What you're saying is very spot on. There's a disconnect between the world as it is and the things that they think they know, and just the general, almost like the zeitgeist, right, of the world we live in right now. So we see our work as almost like a mindset shift. We're trying to make sure that there's a paradigm shift in how we're helping young people think about their lives and their work, while knowing that we're contending with the world that they're seeing, what social media is saying to them. And it's an ongoing battle. And there's no silver bullet to say this is the way you do it, and it's something, but it's a hill worth dying on, because the question we ask always is, what's the alternative? Because they're still going to inherit it anyways. And if the continent is worth fighting for, worth saving, worth pushing forward, then the people that will drive it forward are the young people we have. They're the only people we have, because they will be here experiencing the worst and the best of it, or depending on how well they're enabled or equipped to do so. Another thing, I feel like there's a disconnect between even understanding their history. You know, the quote that says, those who do not know their history are bound to repeat their mistakes. I'm sure I'm butchering that quote.
Yeah, you've paraphrased, but you're spot on.
You paraphrased it well.
Okay. And I find that the average young person is so disconnected from their history, knowing the things that have gone before, knowing the young people that fought and were active citizens and were politically active. You hear people when they talk about some of the past leaders, you know, from the 80s, 60s, 70s, and they were in their 20s and 30s. It's like, wow. Right now, it's almost impossible to think of people in their 20s. Or when you see the few 20-year-old politicians, or it's like a big deal. Whereas it wasn't a big deal back in the day. But they don't know that. So for them, it's this big deal of a thing now. So one of the things we always try to do is what we call intergenerational dialogues, bridging that gap where we see that disconnection and the fracture, like that lack of cohesion. How do we start to solve for that? Because we see that as an avenue to some of these things. If you're going to change your mindsets, you're also going to have a frame of reference as to why it's important to do so. I can't just tell you, don't think this way. This doesn't make sense. Why? You have to be able to say, this is the way the world has been. These are the principles. Principles are pretty much universal. The examples and the expressions may change from generation to generation, but those principles, the underlying principles, are quite universal. So how do you show them the principles of things and have examples? It's usually the people who have gone before that can share and talk about things with them. And you can see almost like that light bulb epiphany that happens. You see it in real time sometimes when you're in these rooms, and it's quite fulfilling. So slowly but surely we try to...
But that's why I asked about the family, because that's where many of the things that later morph into the individuals we see, that's where it's incubated.
That's true.
Because if the family setup is fractured, then that mind, body, spirit building foundation that grounds people will be lacking.
Absolutely.
So you then have people who are constantly searching. When I first came across the term somebody trying to find themselves, I found it really odd, because you get the impression that somebody has an out-of-body experience, and then every time they return back to their body, because
they're looking for themselves.
And you're there. I mean, so when you're looking for yourself, okay, where are you? Okay, so or where have you gone for you to be looking for yourself? But when I thought about it at the time, and as I grew old, I realized that they were not wrong. They really were looking for themselves, because it is at that point in time, we're talking about the 80s and 90s, when I came across this term and began to understand it. Africans weren't looking for themselves. We knew exactly who we were. We knew exactly where we belonged. I didn't have that problem of identity. I didn't. But young people do.
Absolutely.
They have a problem of identity. And once you have a problem of identity, then it means that you are open to all the vagaries and suggestions or alternatives that you could be. And that may not actually be you. So it becomes a bit of a problem. The narrative of the universality of things in and of itself speaks of the communication age, and it is understandable. But it seems to deny the reality of diversity, which is what mankind or humankind is. See? And the uniqueness of it, and what it is that is the beauty of that particular diversity. The African continent is still the last bastion for discovery on planet Earth.
I agree. I believe that.
And it is the one continent that everybody has an interest in.
I mean, there's so much to develop here.
It's true.
So much to innovate.
Well, let's start this way, Paul. There is so much. We have a lot.
Of everything.
And then we have
everything that you can think of, we have in abundance.
Absolutely.
Yeah. When it comes to empowering young people so that they can, be self-sustaining, how do we bridge the connection between the innovation we're talking about, their side hustles, and them making these particular ventures into scalable business entities?
So I think one thing that I would say is we need to really be thinking around how we are even implementing some of these our programs and initiatives. A lot of times I feel that we're so used to doing it the way the world has done it before us.
Right.
We're not always taking in our contextual differences. So for example, you mentioned side hustles, you mentioned, ventures.
Right.
The truth be told is Africa has large informality in our economy, in our businesses. Some of those side hustles is businesses, peer-to-peer side hustles.
Exactly.
And it's sort of outside of the system. But why are we not also meeting them where they're at? Because the system is what it is. And what we're trying to do is implement things the way we see in, say, Canada or US or Europe, which is very formal, very structured, and while it's good, there's an important place for formal systems. I think it's very important, but when you have systems that are already there as informal, you should meet them there. So some of the things that we try to do is we do have some of the typical ways that we have, like a social innovators program, which is an accelerator program, also an incubator where we say, okay, young people who are already doing things across the continent, how can we help them think through their ideas and their impact, and how can we help them become ready for the further influx of of investments, because a lot of times they have the passion, they know what they want to solve, they know what's going wrong in the community around them, but they don't always have the network, they don't always have the visibility, the capital, or to even just help, tease out how they can be impactful in a sustainable way. And so that's really what we're trying to solve for. How can you be impactful in a sustainable way, but how do we still meet you where you're at without trying to morph you and bend you and pretzel you into the shape that we think you should be? And so there's always that tension, I would say, that you want to be able to make sure that these guys have the dignity of self-actualization on their own terms to an extent. Like, let it be led by them. Let it not be prescribed all the time, while at the same time knowing the world we live in and the world that they're going to face, and trying to help them be ready for that world so that they can really fulfill the mission that they're trying to fulfill, which is always socially driven and impact driven. So it's worth fighting for them.
Yeah. Should we encourage young people to be actively involved in politics?
Absolutely. What's the alternative?
I like your response, because if you want to see earth-moving, earth-shaking change, then you do need to get involved in
politics.
Yes, the process where the decisions to bring about those changes are made.
Absolutely.
Because, for instance, in this, we were talking in an earlier hour about the goons. These are young people.
Yes.
Okay? What if they sought to turn those numbers into something more productive? I had a conversation of this nature some 15 years ago with a group of young people. And I asked this question I'm asking. Most of you are thugs. This is how it began, because they were thugs. But I can understand your rationale for being thugs. Has it occurred to you that, given your numbers, you can actually elect one of you to some of these positions that you keep getting people elected to? And they didn't see it. They asked me, so, do you want to sponsor one of us? I said, no.
Or they didn't have that light bulb moment immediately.
No, they were telling me, you see, this was learning for me, because they were responding in the way they understood such things should be managed or they should be practiced. Remember, you corral people into a way of thinking, not by telling them this is how you're going to think.
Right.
But you get them into activities and things that they do, and that shapes the way they think and they look at life. And at the end of it, they do not see themselves as change agents. They see other people as change agents. And that is why they're attracted to these people who they believe can change their lives. And yet, given their numbers, and that's the uniqueness of our continent, they are the change agents. They just don't see it.
Because numbers is on their side.
Yeah, so how do you get them to see it? So they realize, actually, the very things that they seek abroad and things they want can actually happen locally, but they have to see it.
Absolutely.
They have to understand that this is something they can actually bring about.
Absolutely. It's part of the mindset shift that I was talking about earlier. You have to start with how they're thinking. I like the question you asked about, how do you, when they think a particular way, and then you're trying to make them entrepreneurs and make them active citizens, if you're not at first really addressing how they're thinking, I think you're already getting it wrong, because that's the root. Because the way you think is the way you would be over time. If your thinking shifts, how you do things will shift. So we always start with you as the asset, the resource. The fact that they don't even see themselves as change agents is because they've not necessarily, it hasn't been affirmed to them. Part of what we see, again, like I said earlier, behavior change is really at the root of what we're trying to do. We're trying to get our young people to move from being just passive recipients of what's happening to them to active disruptors, if you like, of the system, so that it starts to benefit them, benefit the collective. How they think matters a lot. And you can see the small wins in some of the programs that they do. So, you remember when NSARS was happening, and you heard about, when NSARS...
In Nigeria. Yeah.
And, young people at the time, the momentum built because they started to see that, we can come together and we can band together and things can start.
We can effect change.
We can effect change. That stirred an idea in how people saw their participation in politics, which is why the last election we had record numbers of young people. Of course, they also had someone that they liked, but the fact that they knew that, listen, my voter's card matters, I'm going to go register. That was already changing how they thought from being people that just, no, I'm not going to, what's the point? Doesn't make a difference, to no, I think I can make a difference. One of the things that we started to do, because of what happened at NSARS, we had funders, Ford Foundation, MacArthur Foundation, Lumine Group. They approached Leap Africa and they put together a fund, which is called the Nigerian Youth Futures Fund. And it's a fund that we really would love to have across Africa. So maybe as we move into Kenya, we'll see. But the fund was supposed to get young people to start to think differently about their contribution and participation in their citizenship and the politics. So this actually funds, it's a fund. So it funds directly young people at the grassroots level in Nigeria to say, do you want to do something different in your community? We want to fund you to do those things. We want you to be thinking differently around how you are solving problems in your communities. Politically, as a civic actor, not even entrepreneurially. This is mostly particularly as being active citizens. And what we find is there is a certain, so before we give you all this funding, we want you also to know, how are you thinking ethically? How values driven are you? So you find that they start the program thinking a particular way.
Yes.
Money comes into their hands. Bear in mind, we're giving people, young people directly cash.
Yes.
Pretty much no strings attached. And we've had situations where one person got the money and he came by himself to say, guys, I gambled that money.
Oh my.
But the difference was that he never would have taken, and he paid it back. He said, I'm going to pay it back.
Okay.
But you see, that for us it was a win, because the typical way of responding would be just disappear.
Yeah, take the money
just
and
ghost,
see you later. Yep.
The idea that ethically that's off. That shows it's not the person you want to be. Not I want you to be. You want to be. And that he could on his own come. We didn't even know. Own it, report himself and say, no, I'm going to do better.
Okay.
That for us was changing the mindset of a young person to be more ethically driven, more values driven. And he, by himself, acknowledged that this would not have been me months ago. Are
you able to tell us the impact of that particular program?
That program is quite impactful. Every state in Nigeria has young people who are doing transformative things with the funding that they get. And do you know the funny thing is, you're giving young people cash directly to go implement things. And apart from like these exceptions, which it's pretty much been, they're always implementing the things. We've never had an issue with them say disappear on us or ghost us and just take the money and run. That is shocking in a country like Nigeria, where corruption is so endemic. So, and then we also fund grassroots organizations in the regions, so that they can also catalyze young people in those regions. And we found that there's been so much impact, especially with getting people to like register for voting, advocating for specific things in their different states, because these are state-based activists, right? Speaking out more, we're platforming them a lot more. We're teaching them how to dialogue with policymakers, with decision makers, because one of the things that fell through at NSARS is that there was this, you had the upper hand, but you overplayed your hand almost, the young people, because you didn't dialogue well. So how do we make them know that they should dialogue? Everyone is not an enemy. You should find a place of consensus building, even with your opponent. So that's what the fund is trying to do. And it's been going on now for 4 years, for almost 5 years. It's a 5-year fund.
Yeah.
And it's been amazing, actually. Pretty remarkable, the kind of young people that are what's it's mobilizing and catalyzing them to do. So
How many states are there in Nigeria?
There are 36 states and there's a federal capital territory.
Okay. What is the state? Okay. These are governments within a government. How autonomous are they?
They're relatively autonomous, but there's always this talk within Nigeria where they say we don't practice true federalism, and people want us to really do that better. They are autonomous, but I think the typical politics of Africa is such that, are they really autonomous? at the back end,
They're not. They're definitely not.
So they're supposed to be autonomous in theory, down to the local government. In fact, local government autonomy is the one thing we've been fighting for, because we realize that too much focuses on the federal government, and young people don't even realize that they can start where they can literally start at the local government and start to get more active there. Everyone's thinking, let me be active if I'm touching the federal government, if I'm somewhere at the capital, but no. And that's why we're doing this as a grassroots fund, because we're saying you don't need to you can actually start effecting change at the grassroots with your ward, with your local government. Start keeping them accountable, and then start understanding the multi-layers of governance, which many of them really, really don't understand. But yeah, there's to answer your question, they're supposed to be autonomous to an extent, but
see, the reason why I asked the question is because we have two tiers of government here as well. And the discourse is always about the national government. And I am of a completely contrary view. Because the county governments, as we call them, are funded by the exchequer.
Yep.
To the tune of very many billions, 3-digit billions of Kenyan shillings. Now, if I look at countries where the states are far more developed, you find states within that particular country that are whose wealth is probably the equivalent of the sum of several African countries. It's a state within the state.
Absolutely.
California is usually my favorite example.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, or Texas.
Now, they have understood that it is possible for that unit of government to be self-sufficient and self-sustaining.
Exactly.
And that is the point of devolution, so that they look after the people within their boundaries who are their people. And the national government comes in to help if there's a need. But if the narrative in Kenya is similar to the one in Nigeria, here, the very people who are elected as governors, it's an entire club of crybabies. All they seem to do is complain about the money which was late, the money which didn't come at what time, and it's always national government. And you keep asking, but you get money. What do you do with the money that you get?
But do you know what I feel like, because in Nigeria they talk about allocation, same thing. It comes from the federal purse, I feel to an extent it does stifle a bit of innovation and entrepreneurial spirit. Because if you are already sure that the funding is coming always, what motive and incentive and
do you
impetus
have to do anything, and you know the money is coming?
I think it's really stifling the ability of our subnationals to think very innovatively and creatively as to what do we have in our hands as a state that we can market, that we can build. What are some of the things that work for us? It doesn't have to look like any other state. It might be unique to just your state.
Yeah.
So we don't do that enough, and it's burdensome, honestly, when we talk about it, because it makes no sense to be doing it the same way and just waiting for allocation.
But the bigger problem is this: that particular way of doing things is then the direct competitor of what organizations such as yours set to do. Because the example from the top is you sit and wait for this money to come. Then you deviate up as you see fit, and every once in a while the token projects just to show that you're doing something, and then you sit back and wait for the next round of funding. You see, now younger people, you say, are malleable. When they look at this and they hang out with some of these political leaders, to them this is how you go about making money.
Exactly.
It's a problem we have here. How do you tell a young person that, something? Wealth isn't created by stealing. That's not how it's actually created. Wealth is created by adding value.
Absolutely.
And you can learn to add value, and you can continue. It can be done. It has been done, and we've seen it being done. It's not that it can't be done. But the problem is the influence of the political class is huge. The influence on young people is huge. Now, if you throw in the normal national government nonsense that African governments are known for, where because of the politics certain areas are neglected, they don't get the attention they should, and certain areas are favored, then you suddenly find a completely new way of thinking is developed. And that's why you have the insurrections. That's why you have all these problems that you keep having.
Exactly.
Things which could have been avoided, completely avoided.
Exactly.
Okay, but that having been said, young people, because they are malleable, with a certain degree of patience, can be brought to understand what works for them. But to do this, you need to understand what they want. What do young people in Nigeria tell you they want?
I think the average young African, even not just Nigerian, because this is where you find the same response quite consistent. I think they want Africa, a country that works for them. You know, as influential as the political class is, our young people are not deaf, dumb, and mute. And the proof is in the eating. They know the sufferings that they have to endure. They know when they have to stay, like in Nigeria, for example, they know when they have to stay home when strikes are happening. They know when they have to stay home because they can't afford many things. They know how the fact that minimum wage is, when you compare it to $1, it's not even up to, it's like maybe $0.50, like 50 cents. Right? Like per day, if you're thinking about people are living, they're seeing the struggle. They know they have to pay out of pocket for their children when their kids are sick. The kind of life and death situation that they face because of bad roads, poor infrastructure, lack of access, they live it. They're not deaf, dumb, blind, and mute, right? They are seeing and experiencing the so-called political influence that's happening by it not even, by their lives being very subpar in many cases. They're not able to aspire for school. They're not able to aspire for funding. You have scholarship schemes in which the elite who don't need a scholarship will provide it for their own. And somebody said to me, yeah, it's their additional allowance to the one that they already get from their family. Whereas you have very intelligent young people who only need that one chance to go do great things. So no one is, they're very aware of what's happening, and they want a country that works for them. They want a country where they don't have to worry about how they'll eat, how they'll school, how they'll provide for themselves, their families. They don't have to be the burden bearers of the whole family. You have a young person who has not even started in life, is already seen as the person, the cash cow of the family because of a small side hustle that they're doing. They're not even up to 30, and they're thinking, they have to think about 5 siblings who they didn't bring into the world. They want a life different from that, and that's consistent. They want a life that allows them to thrive, that allows them to, and not in a overt luxury, I must be this. No, some of them do, by the way, that part.
Yeah.
But the average
want a
person,
decent life.
they want a decent life.
Yeah.
They want a life of dignity, where they feel seen, they feel that they can be useful.
But in Amabel, why? You know, what you say is spot on. I'm going back to the family unit. The Asians haven't really evolved terribly much from what the family unit has always been traditionally.
Absolutely true. It's true.
And because of that, the Asians have been able to do things that we Africans have not been able to do, because we've allowed the Western influence with regards to our understanding of family to take root in our thinking. Because if you understand the way African did things traditionally, why helping your relatives was considered normal was because it was something everybody understood by and large, and everybody chipped in. So a lot was made possible. It was always almost difficult to figure out who actually didn't have, because somebody always came in and filled that particular basket.
Absolutely.
But if you look at the nuclear family as prescribed by the West,
it's very individualistic, right?
It is self-centered, self-serving, selfish.
Very true.
Yes, now that it runs contrary against the grain of what us Africans are culturally brought up to understand. And it brings about, again, a certain degree of conflict, because even these younger Africans are brought up in a similar fashion. And then they encounter this self-centered way of looking at life. That comes with very many problems.
But do you know why I think this is happening? I had a conversation recently, with a friend of mine who is based in Canada. And we're talking about the fact that growing up, we were very integrated with our cousins, our uncles, our aunts.
Yes.
Our grandparents. My father was a diplomat, so we traveled. I was born in Kenya, by the way. So, yeah. I was born in Nairobi.
Why did you say so at the beginning?
I told her, you know. So, you know, I would even say my life was slightly different because, you know, when you're being posted to a mission and you're a bit disconnected. But even then, we always had uncles visiting where we were. And during holidays, we were visiting grandparents, we were visiting uncles, and I was spending time with cousins. Now, my friend was saying to me that it just occurred to her one day, none of her children have cousins who they know each other.
Whom they relate with.
They live everywhere, all over the world. They're here. There's no grandparent that is, say, or the grandparent is sort of infrequent in their lives.
Yep.
So they're growing up disconnected. And I think one of the things that worked for us was how communal we were growing up. Because you think more about the collective than the individual.
Yes.
It's reinforced. And reinforced in how your grandparents will tell you, no, now look after your brother, we're going out, or your neighbor. You grew up in it. So you thought about the collective. It was never just about you. But now we're being, firstly, globalization, social media is making us see this individualistic cultures, and our young people are consuming that content daily.
It's appealing to a certain degree.
It's appealing.
Yes, because it removes the responsibility of thinking of others from you. And yet,
That's
where
true.
the con is, if you look at the con is in the Western corporate life. They're very communal. The people who run big businesses, it's like one nice big family where people get together and they know and they understand each other. If you look at the monarchies that still exist, they know up to their 12th cousin, 12 times removed.
It's true.
And all that.
It's true.
It is what we call in Kenya the wananchi watukufu. It's at the level of the ordinary citizen where they seem to have been disenchanted and told that, this isn't quite the way to do it. You need to focus on this. That model of communal understanding is how the world has been changed for the better. You can look at any history that you like. That's why the Chinese Communist Party makes sense for those who don't see it that way.
I see it that way.
Because it has brought politics and made it communal.
Yes.
And the responsibility is also communal. And whether you like it or not, it works.
I agree completely. The arguments that we have.
Yeah.
And there's even a lot of discussions around what is the best political system for Africa, because we almost like implemented as received from our colonizers,
Yes.
And has it worked? Is it working? Questions to
No, this experiment isn't working.
Needs to be checked out.
We need to think about it. I was reading an article about, after what happened in Rwanda with the genocide, and how there were so many people that needed to be prosecuted, really. And the way the Western prosecutorial system would have worked or works would never have worked in Rwanda. They would not have been able to just the critical mass of people that they needed to process and prosecute, and the trials that needed to happen. So they went back to their local model, which has existed for centuries. Of trust-based trials in small communities over different, and they were able to basically. What's the word? Not prosecute. I don't like that word, but let's use the word process for lack of a better word.
Use the word resolve.
Resolve. Thank you. So many of these things in these small communities where somebody in the community who's trusted is put as the judge, but that's not what they call them. But let's just to have an analog to the West, and they were able to resolve record number things that would never have happened in the Western system, and they did it using a local system. And just made me think about the fact that we've so accepted the systems that have been brought here, but have we really dug deep to see what really works for us? Because before these systems, what was happening? I know it was at a clan level, but this was part of the communal life that we lived that was working for us. That's not to say that we didn't have our infractions and clashes. We did, because we're human beings, and human beings will always clash. Somebody was saying, work spay, who you work with, you'll fight with. That's life. You human beings, you'll resolve over time. So there's a lot to think about in just how we even value our natural wisdom, indigenous.
Does the organization take into consideration the power of example? You see, why I mention the power of example, we've spoken about politics, we've spoken about family unit. All these entities are huge influencers.
It's true.
Why? Because they represent a benefit and people are pulled towards benefit.
It's true.
Politicians, because of the razzmatazz that goes with them, are even more attractive to younger people, because younger people are attracted towards razzmatazz. What does the organization do in understanding and documenting what it is that the young people feel would work for them?
So, I mean, we do a lot of structured research, focus groups. We are in the spaces quite often. One thing that I would say we do well is we're very participatory. I don't believe, and I speak on behalf of the organization, that you're going to be, and you should be even fostering solutions and ideas without them. If the hill to die on is that they should be included in everything, like leadership and given opportunities, then it behooves us to make sure that we're the ones, we're leading by example in doing that. So all the work we do involves their perspective, their designing. They help us co-create, co-design, co-implement, because we want to be sort of the first that would demonstrate that this is the reason why, these are the benefits, this is why we should be doing this. But one thing that I do love, the principle of giving examples. I think it's easy to believe and find something within yourself when you can see it, when there's a frame of reference, a point of reference that you have to be able to see that something has happened, whether it's gone before you, whether it's happening in another space for young people like yourself. So we do try to ensure that we're always exposing our cohort, the people that engage with our work, to a wider way of thinking. In other words, the networks that they have access to, the people that they're able to speak to, we try to platform them as much as possible, put them in rooms where they can interact in ways that they may never have. And this is feedback that we get from them about how transformative it's been for them, how it makes them think differently. Because a lot of times you find that there's this belief that your problems are uniquely yours. Like, it's only me that must be going through this. And when you're in a room with people who are your age, and then people who are older, successful, and they start to share their stories, and you see so much resonance, it's mind-blowing for them. So you mean you weren't just born great? You weren't just born like,
you worked towards it.
And sometimes they have horror stories of what they've been through to get to there. And the feedback is, you have everything it takes. The world will try to tell you differently, but don't listen. And so our goal, our desire is to really expose and expand their minds and their thinking. Because that's also part of how you start to shift their paradigm.
On the 25th of October, it is, you have an event where you'll be meeting stakeholders. 29th of October. You foundations, NGOs. What's cooking as far as that is concerned?
Yes. So because we're making a hard move into Kenya, into East Africa this year, all our flagship programs, we're aiming to have them, our flagship events, have them here. And we have 3 key events we do. We have our Leadership Accelerator program for young African women, and it culminates in a boot camp. They go through a series of learnings, and then they have a physical boot camp, because this is our way of going wide through the virtual learning and then deep through the physical boot camp from women across Africa. So we're doing the boot camp for the first time outside of Nigeria. We're doing it here in Nairobi. And that's in August. We also have our Youth Day of Service, which is an SDG aligned program, which gives micro grants to young people to say what is happening in your community that it fits under the SDGs, and solve it, and we will support you to know how to get a little funding and get people to volunteer if possible. So we're trying to mobilize young people to take actions towards the SDGs. And then finally, we have our Social Innovators Program and Awards event, which we've done. This will be the 15th edition. It's every year. And for the first time, we've gone around Nigeria. For the first time, we're coming outside of Nigeria, and we're doing it in Nairobi.
Wow.
And this is where we give awards to our cohort, our alumni, but also the ecosystem of people who are in the social impact space, the impact ecosystem. And we convene private sector, public sector, non-profit businesses, and really we surface real-time issues that we're facing, things that we need to solve for. But beyond just a conference where everybody comes and talks, because we talk a lot in Africa.
Yeah, sure, we do. Yeah.
We want outputs that we can measure and track, solutions labs, conversations which we're very passionate about, that really make a difference. Not just coming and droning on about all the issues and what's the demo here, what's different. So we're very excited we're doing that here.
All right.
And that's what we can look forward to in 2026.
How do we get in touch?
Well, you can check Leap Africa's website, www.leapafrica.org, and you'll find all of what I just mentioned, all our programs, who we are, what we do, how we do, all of that is on the website. And if you need to contact like me, I don't know if I should give my email, and everybody will now start.
Are you comfortable giving it? It's okay. If you're not, it's fine.
Well, I think I don't mind giving an email. Maybe I'll just give a general email, info@leapafrica.org. If you have questions, if you have ideas, if you have requests, if you want to partner, you want to collaborate, please send an email, info@leapafrica.org.
All right. Thank you so much, Diana. This is where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. And perhaps towards the event in August, like you mentioned, please come back, remind us so that we can engage.
Absolutely. I would love to.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Do stand by, because in the next hour we are hosting Dennis Onsarigo. He is a former press secretary, Raila Odinga's 2022 presidential campaign secretariat. Meanwhile, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Education says it has asked the Teachers Service Commission to take action against 20 school heads after an audit uncovered more than 900,000 ghost learners in schools. Basic Education PS Julius Bitok told the National Assembly Public Accounts Committee that disciplinary action has also started against some ministry officials. The PS was also questioned about reports of overcrowding in schools, with concerns that the situation is affecting the safety and well-being of learners.
We have been able to send show cause letters to 28 sub-county directors of education. The minister was also sent a letter to Teacher Service Commission asking TSC to be able to take action against 20 heads of institutions, 50,000 students. The policy, and we are very firm on this, Honorable Chair, is that we are going to give them the same number they received.
A 9-month-old girl in Busia is said to have surgery after being attacked at her home in Koyula village. The suspect, a 23-year-old man, is alleged to have raped the 9-month-old girl, and the suspect is in custody and will face court for the crime. The baby was sleeping in a room behind her mother when the man pretended to rest there, attacked the baby.
Kapata ule msichana mgeni amefunika mtoto shuka kwa uso. Kamuuliza mbona umefunika mtoto wangu na analia, akasema nambembeleza alale.
Umefunika mtoto kwa uso, mimi kufungua mtoto amesweat. Na mtoto anapiga tu ndoro, akasema mtoto shida nini? Kitu na mama kwa nguo ana kutufunua mtoto, damu inamwagika tu na mahari inapita.
Kisumu Governor Anyang' Nyong'o says construction of Phase 2B and 2C of the standard gauge railway will begin in March. The new section will run from Naivasha through Kisumu to Malaba. The governor spoke after meeting between Kisumu leaders, Kenya Railways, the National Lands Commission and the national government officials. He says the meeting agreed on fast compensation for people affected by the project. Police have arrested 14 people believed to have been behind the chaos that disrupted the Linda Wananchi rally in Kakamega town on Saturday. Western Regional Police Commander Issa Muhammad said the suspects were picked up late that evening while traveling in a private vehicle. He said they were intercepted through a joint operation between officers in Kakamega and Kisumu as they headed towards Kisumu. 3 firemen pulled a man's body from the mud amidst the rubble of houses swept away in landslide in south and east Brazil, where 30 people died and 39 were still missing on Tuesday after torrential rains. A river burst its banks and street became raging currents of brown water in the state of Minas Gerais after the overnight downpour in a region that has seen record rain this month. State firefighters said 30 people had died in the cities Wiz, Defora and Uba. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Alexander Solot scored his first ever Champions League hat-trick as Atletico Madrid beat Club Brugge to book a place in the last 16. The Norwegian striker opened the scoring in the 23rd minute after controlling a long ball from goalkeeper Jean Oblak and firing past Simon Mignolet. Club Brugge responded 13 minutes later, with Joel Odonez heading in from a corner to level the match. But early in the second half, United States midfielder Johnny Cardozo struck a low shot into the net to restore Atletico's lead and put them 5-4 ahead on aggregate. Christian Horner says Max Verstappen and his camp were not responsible for his exit from Red Bull in 2025. The 52-year-old left his roles as team principal and chief executive last summer, following months of team decline and internal disputes. Jos Verstappen, Max's father, says Horner was driving people apart before his departure from Red Bull, while many suggested that Horner's exit was an attempt from Red Bull to convince Verstappen to sign a new deal. Verstappen, who's contracted until 2028, only committed to racing for Red Bull in the 2026 season after Horner's exit. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Very good morning to you. Welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 8 o'clock on the People's Breakfast. Radio Generation on 88.8 FM. Mombasa, it's 90.7. And Garissa, it's on 89.5. This hour, we do have Dennis Onserigo. He's been actually here before. And we keep on saying former Press Secretary Raila Odinga's 2022 Presidential Campaign Secretary. Your titles in refu, bro.
Wacha endelee kwa refu. Let it continue being long.
Have you been?
I've been okay.
Yeah, it's been a minute since the last time you were here.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys. I've been listening to your shows like every morning.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy them.
They are amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, and the population that is listening to your radio station is also growing.
Yeah.
Which is very unique.
That's
and
very
which is a very
encouraging.
good thing.
Yeah.
And I think management should give you a rise, to be honest. Yeah.
Sasa tukitoka hapa kuna ofisi iko pale ndakuonyesha, uingie useme the same thing.
Yeah, nimesema
again,
hapo, I'll repeat it.
uongeze volume.
I'll repeat it when I get there.
But karibu sana Dennis.
Asante sana.
A lot has been happening considering that you were part of Baba's team in 2022. Now you are seeing what is happening in ODM. What do you have to say about it? From your perspective, and perhaps had you foreseen this? Is it something that Kenyans should have expected? Ama hizi ni vitu zimepata watu ghafla benvu punde si punde?
Paul, niulize.
Uliza.
Brother, nimpatie kale ka proverb.
Unataka kumpatia ka proverb?
Nafikiri naweza kumsaidia.
As a matter of fact, mpatie hiyo proverb.
Okay.
What about this proverb?
Kuna proverb ya place nyingine inaitwa Zambia. Acha kupatie ndio uelewe.
Okay. It's a very simple proverb. We're going to ask you, tell us what you think it means, and then we'll want you to sort of like juxtapose the question that you've been asked. Today's bush is tomorrow's forest.
Today's bush is tomorrow's forest.
Yeah.
I think we're hurtling towards a coalition government in 2027. So we shall have a forest. Uko mbele. Yeah.
Today's bush
is tomorrow's forest.
Coalition government, I think, is on a good note, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you mean coalition government? We've had them now for quite some time.
Since 2002, right?
Yes. I mean,
actually, no.
Since 2002?
No, 1997. Because when Raila's party joined KANU,
that was a coalition.
That was a coalition. You may not think
Okay.
so, but it was a coalition.
Yeah, we didn't think so then.
Yes.
Yeah, but that was a coalition.
It was a coalition. Yes, a real-time coalition.
Yeah.
And even if you look at Ford, as it was formed, you're talking about multi-party era of 1992 in the election, people did get together. We didn't think it was a coalition, but all those groupings that formed Ford, it was a coalition.
It was a coalition, yes.
Yes. The reason why we didn't see it was everybody had been in KANU. Okay? So then everybody went to Ford. Okay? And then Ford split up. Okay? So we didn't see it, but those were the makings of what we now have. Because we had just opened up the door for multiplicity of political parties, and with time they multiplied. So now what we know as a coalition was being made possible then, but it hadn't quite gotten to that stage yet.
I agree with you.
Yes.
Totally agree with you.
Yes.
Yeah. You were saying something. We're heading towards a coalition.
Yeah, because I mean, look at the groupings, look at the political formations that are forming up at the moment. I do not see a single political party
capturing
power. It will be a group of political parties coming together in some umbrella of sorts and trying to capture power. And that's where we are. And earlier you asked me, what do I make of what is happening in ODM? I think this was meant to happen. Baba left a very big vacuum, and people have to fill it. People have really to fill it. He left very big shoes. So many factions are trying to fill it. You have Linda Ground, and then you have Linda Mwananchi as well. So you have people who are out to retain power by all means necessary, and you have another grouping that wants power by all means. So these forces will clash at some point, and people will have to sit in a room and essentially share power. Share positions in government.
You know, when you see that this had to happen, here I am thinking that ODM and any other party for that matter, whether it's Wiper or Tipiti Pile, the late Kalembe Ndile, they have structures where and there's a succession procedure, so that if number one is out, then number two takes over, and then number three becomes number two. I thought that is what would have happened in ODM.
But this was unique. I mean, Raila Odinga's death, Honorable Raila Odinga's death was sudden. It was not anticipated. And I think in Luoland, I'm not Luo, in Luoland, they don't speak about death. Someone was telling me the other day, they don't even anticipate death in Luoland. So if this happened, then Oburu Odinga had to step in. Oburu is not there because Oburu is Oburu Odinga. Oburu is there because he represents Raila Odinga.
Does he?
He does, yes, he does.
Okay.
I mean, he does. I mean, among the in the Luo community, the file and rank of the Luo community, they look at Oburu Odinga as the man who was left behind by Raila Odinga, and you can't take it away from him.
Actually, let's start it further. He's the man who was left behind by Jaramogi. He is the eldest son.
Yes.
So the mantle that Jaramogi had goes to Oburu.
Yeah. I mean, I would understand it in that way.
Yes.
In terms of the family structure of, Jaramogi. But when it comes to the politics of ODM, perhaps not.
Perhaps yes. If you look at how Oburu's positioning began, it was a caretaker position. It made perfect sense. It made perfect sense.
Yeah.
How do you mourn the departed?
Yes.
Give time for emotions to quieten down, and then use the party mechanisms to try and determine who is going to be the successor.
Exactly.
You see, so how do you do it?
I mean, the successor should be someone who's going to bring people together, not divide them.
No, and that time is coming, I think, 27th of March. They'll have
when they have the NDC.
Yes. And I mean, Oburu has said, I'm a caretaker leader for this grouping.
So he's not seeing himself as party leader beyond that.
He has said it. He has said he's too old to be there. He has said this party needs young people. Oburu has been saying this over and over again. But there's this other progressive force that feels we can't wait for you. We can't wait for 27th of March.
Yeah.
We need it now. And I think that is why, if you ask me, the likes of Sifuna and Babu, they're still fighting from within ODM. Yeah, they have not left ODM. They're still fighting from within.
Yes.
So either they implode the party from within, or they take it up.
Question: if they do get to, if they do get to 27th, of which they will do, they will get there. But what happens if, I'm looking at a possible successor, wa Daktari Oburu Oginga rather, and I'm seeing that successor being from that side of Linda ground, and they will still be at loggerheads with the side of Linda Mwananchi. Yeah, how are they going to deal with this situation?
I mean, the NDC will sit, and what NDC decides will carry the day, and they'll say that is democracy.
Yes.
And or they can leave this thing in abeyance. They can say Sifuna is still being disciplined by the party, and he still remains as SG of the party for a very long time to come.
Yes.
And Oburu will continue being the acting party leader for a very long time to come. Yeah. I mean, we have only 16 months before the next elections.
The office of the registrar of political parties will tell you that you have to let the internal organs of that particular party determine such issues.
And I'm here whistling because of those internal party organs.
Yes. By the way, when you try to make something which in and of itself is not democratic, political parties are not really democratic institutions.
Yes.
This is my view.
Right.
So when you try to make them democratic, then we have the situation that we are in. And by the way, that constitution, it is them who wrote it. So if you go by what they have, we can be in this limbo for a long time. And then this is quite right.
That's true. We'll be here for a very long time to come. And the party will still continue functioning.
Yes.
And the party is currently functioning, by the way. The party will continue functioning. The party will continue. In fact, this party is going to sign a coalition. They're going to sign a coalition agreement with UDA at some point. And if by March they do that coalition signing, then it changes the metrics of how things are going to pan out. And as I said, there are no emotions here. People want to capture power. Where Gladys Wanga sits, they want to capture power. I mean, this is the nearest they have come into capturing power. Why don't they want to go that direction? The likes of Sifuna, they also want to capture power. Rigathi Gachagua is breathing down on our necks. He wants to capture power. So everyone wants to capture power. And there are no two ways about it.
We'll get to Rigathi in a while.
Yeah, parties will do what parties have to do to capture power.
What does that then mean for President Ruto as far as his dalliance with ODM is concerned?
If you are to ask me, with my high school political experience, I'll say this: a united ODM will have been a very good thing for
President.
WSR.
Okay,
a united ODM. A disintegrated ODM is going to be problematic for him because this is how I look at it. President Ruto is trying to inherit Raila Odinga's bases. And Raila Odinga's bases are not the traditional bases you only know about. I'm looking at about 19-20 counties that have always aligned with Raila Odinga because of historical reasons.
Right.
Yes. They are counties that have been marginalized for a very long time. The pastoralist counties, then the NFD counties, then
yes,
Northern Frontier District counties. If you go to coastal counties, stretching from Lamu all the way to, let me put Taita Taveta as well. If you come to...
when you say Lamu,
yes,
people always forget Tana River.
Yes, I have to throw in Tana River.
Just so people understand, then you can come to Kilifi.
Yes, I can come to Kilifi, then I come to Mombasa, then let me come to Taita Taveta, then let me cross the road, Mombasa Road, come to Kajiado here, then go to Narok, go to Laikipia, go to Samburu. And then I pick it up from there, go to Wajir, Mandera, all those counties. These counties have always gravitated towards Raila Odinga for one reason, because they felt marginalized. So if these counties now feel they are part of this, if they feel welcomed in this regime, then it's up to the president and his handlers to make sure that these counties are kept and whipped in one direction.
Yes.
But they must have an identity. Their identity then was ODM. Okay? That is why there's some very big silence in the coastal region. That region doesn't know what to do at the moment, because where are they? If ODM is going to split up, then where do they go?
Okay.
There's some bit of silence there. I saw the likes of Joho, they had a meeting some time back, I think 1 or 2 weeks ago. And I looked at that meeting and I felt there's an ongoing conversation among the people there. Where do they want to go as a people, and which vehicle?
By as a people, you mean custodians?
As custodians, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that takes me back to what I said. A united ODM will be a very good thing for the current regime.
Okay.
If it has to enter into a coalition agreement of sorts with ODM. But a fragmented ODM, then if I was William Ruto, I'll sit in a room and I'd say, I mean, how many votes can you bring for me on board?
Yes.
Because what the current ODM has done, the Linda ground group has done, I think they ceded so much of their power to the ruling coalition. Okay. If you look at this thing critically, you realize that it took Raila Odinga to stabilize this regime when we had issues back then in 24, 25. It took Raila Odinga to say, let's sit down and have a conversation.
Yes.
That gave ODM some form of platitude and some form of leverage over other political parties. But a divided ODM at the moment, there are issues there. People will start asking themselves, how many votes will ODM add to this basket?
Because that was my next question in terms of Baba had a lot of votes.
Yes.
As a person. Then, of course, because of ODM, then ODM had a lot of votes. But now, minus Baba, kati ya Linda Ground and Linda Mwananchi, who has inherited Baba's voting block?
I think it's too early to say. To be honest, it's too early. It's too early to say. It's too early to say, because
that is the right response. You can't tell.
You can't tell, because I mean, even this Linda Mwananchi thing has not even metamorphosed into.
It hasn't solidified yet.
No, not yet. It has not crystallized. We can't see where Linda Mwananchi is going. Will Linda Mwananchi end up as part of united opposition? And if it does, then where does that leave traditional Raila Odinga supporters who feel we can't go that direction, as we cannot be part of united opposition? We can't. Because when I've been listening and reading online chatter, people are saying, if Linda Mwananchi has to run, then let them run on their own. If they're going to go to the DCPs and Jubilee of this world, then we are not in that place. Okay, but that's not how politicians think. They think in terms of strength, and political parties bring people on board. And as I said, where the united opposition is at the moment, and I heard this from Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka the other day, asking people, I think in
was it Kisii?
Was it? No, it was not in Kisii. It was the other day where he was saying that soon we are going to join. We're going to join Akina Sifuna. Okay, that's testing the ground to see how that goes.
The response, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So going into this coalition of sorts too early has its own ramifications. Going into these coalitions too late will also have some serious. So it's an art of timing.
Yeah,
and I don't think the ruling coalition is also just sitting pretty and waiting for this power to be taken away from them.
So let's say we are able to tell that this faction or this faction is one that has got now the Raila votes. Yeah, let's say Linda Mwananchi, yes, this is now the Sifuna faction. Let's say they end up having or acquiring or inheriting Baba's voters and the vote block. What does that now mean for President Ruto?
I as I said, I foresee a coalition government.
Yeah.
In 2027.
Are you saying that Sifuna might, if indeed this scenario is what we are painting it to be, if it is Sifuna who has the votes, then and Babu, and Akina, are they going to join President Ruto?
Brother, politics is the art of the possible.
Thank you.
Things happen in this country. Things happen elsewhere.
Even the most improbable things.
Yes, become probable.
In fact, in this country,
yes,
anyone who tells you this won't happen doesn't understand our politics.
Because in today's paper, I think it was the Daily Nation, Sifuna has said as long as you're against
the paper has reported.
But that is what
Sifuna said.
No, read it.
Let me just find it real quick. I hope.
No, read it.
Oh yeah, so here it is.
The Standard.
Daily Nation.
Daily Nation, Standard, Star have said the same thing. Read it.
Edwin Sifuna says, I want to assure everyone who believes our country cannot withstand another 5-year term of William Ruto that we will not be the problem. So
there's something he said before that he is open to what?
So Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has said his ODM faction will explore a coalition with like-minded leaders to craft a formidable machine against President William Ruto's re-election.
Yes.
The ODM Secretary General assured his group will not divide the opposition bloc.
Okay, so where did he say he's going to join Kalonzo and Gachagua?
The question here was, do you foresee a situation whereby Senator Sifuna works with Ruto towards 2027 re-election?
To be honest, as I said, siasa is the art of the possible, and it's too early. These formations are going to crystallize at some point. This is a movement. This is not a political party. So if it turns out to be a political party, because he's calling it a faction. And again, where is this constituency? Where is this political constituency that is called Linda Mwananchi? Where is it?
Sinwale wanasema sisi ndio Sifuna.
Wako wapi?
Paul, let me tell you something.
When they rest at the end of the day.
There's a conversation we've had here.
Yes, it was yesterday actually.
No, we keep having it. When politicians speak, I sometimes wonder whether they live in the same country with us or whether they understand just the simple history of this country. The late Raila Odinga understood something that these fellows don't seem to understand, and the person who seems to begin to understand it is William Ruto. Raila Odinga aligned himself with the public. The public discourse, the public sentiment, the public thought. That's why he never seemed to miss it. He didn't align himself with what he wanted. There was something that he wanted, but his speaking, his rhetoric, his narrative was always the people. Okay? Now, these fellows now, all these fellows now are talking about how they are going to coalesce, how they are going to do their thing. And so let me ask the question I always ask. Where is the Mwananchi in this conversation?
In fact, you put it so well, because many times Baba used to ask us, where are the people?
Yeah.
Where are the people in this? Because is politics, unlike the 2022 politics, which I found a bit unsettling, to be honest, his previous attempts at the presidency, his approach was always, we will go come with the people and then negotiate. Okay? You can't reverse. You can't go negotiate and then go look for the people. It doesn't work like that. And I hope these coalitions that are coming up will realize, will keep asking themselves, where are the people in this? Yeah, you can't. You can't sit in a room and identify yourself. We have people from Central Kenya here. We have people from Western. We have people from and you think those are not the people. The people are out here. So where are the people? As this Linda ground is moving around, where are the people? As Linda Mwananchi is moving around, where are the people? United Opposition, where are the people in this? Because ultimately the people will determine who wins this election. They'll determine. Even the ruling coalition must start asking itself, where are the people in this? It's very, very important.
And where are the people here? We're not talking about a tribal demographic in the region where you come from. No. Where are the people who are unified by a certain narrative, a certain thought? That's why Raila Odinga got this. He understood it perfectly. Whenever you have a government being sworn into positions of power in this country, guarantee they are going to be unpopular within 2 years. Guarantee.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter how good their plan is in this country. They will be unpopular. Just go back and you will see it. By the time they get to a second term, if they get it, they are completely unpopular. And that's where Raila Odinga always came in. Now, why were they unpopular? Is it because of the promises they made? Is it the expectation that the people had? So the constituency that we speak of, there was always this constituency who were disenchanted. A little hope and then disenchanted. But the magnitude of disenchantment that we now experience in this country came after 2002. Because we were hopeful in 2002. We were truly hopeful. And those hopes were dashed. Now you saw what happened. Something which hasn't happened before. We had a referendum. That referendum, the government lost the referendum. They should have resigned. Yes, we lose the referendum. It means you've lost. The vote of no confidence has been cast. You've been told, nyinyi mazee, hii mambo yenu sisi hatutaki. Okay, but they did not resign. We know what has consequently followed. The constituency is not just the numbers from your tribal backyard. The constituency is the commonality of pain, the commonality of expectation, and the commonality of the belief that this person may deliver. That combination
is the constituency.
That's the constituency. And none of these groupings can be said to have captured it. None.
Not yet.
None.
Not even the president himself.
None.
Not yet.
Him is still at that stage where faults are being found by the drumload. Yes.
So again,
let that sink in.
Hey, Sao. Someone is saying this is now Evans Onyango. Evans amesema hivi. Yeah, a divided ODM is good for Ruto. They will be powerless to negotiate for big positions in UDA. The much ODM can get is CS and PS positions. Will those positions motivate people to vote for Ruto?
No. No, because what will then happen, we'll now get into that segmented tribal understanding of things. This person who's got the job, where does he come from? It's no longer ODM. This person, where does he come from? Yeah, hiyo ni yao.
Which clan?
Yes. Wengine wanasema mazee hiyo haituhusu. Hiyo ni yao. Now, what Raila managed to do, and William Ruto to some extent, is over all the years he was in politics. All these disagreements may have been there, but he had understood how to quieten the waters. It's not as though there were no differences. There are always differences. But the person who can quieten the waters, now that is what is difficult. And anybody who wants to lead this country will understand that is what you're going to have to deal with. You have to be that expert who knows how to quieten the waters. Because choppy waters, turbulent waters will always be there in our politics.
They will be there.
This Linda Mwananchi faction seems to be like the newest kid on the block, and you know, in a meremeta, in a sound power, in a pull huge crowds and so on and so forth. It has now even made the United Opposition literally look like they had been sleeping all this while. Do you see any hope and future for this group called United Opposition?
United Opposition has been placing William Ruto's government on its defense for the last 3 years, and you can't wish them away. Like you can't wish away this Linda Mwananchi group.
Yeah.
So is Linda Ground. What if Linda Ground tomorrow decides they're not going to support William Ruto? What happens? What happens?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, siasa ni kitu chafu sana. It's as long as their interests converge at some point, they'll start having conversations. So I think united opposition, I don't know, to be honest.
Yes.
As I said, let's these things crystallize first. And maybe you're a Linda Mwananchi supporter. So from your own perspective, you feel united opposition has lost it now because Linda Mwananchi has come on board. Let me tell you what happened to, for example, Natembea with his Tawe movement.
Yes.
When Natembea showed up in Western Kenya with his Tawe movement, people were saying this is a presidential
candidate. Material.
Where is Natembea now? Okay.
Yeah.
So there are those waves. There will be those waves in politics. So united opposition will have its waves in politics, and then Gachagua will say something, and then they lose out, and then they start again. Linda Mwananchi will say its things, and they'll have their wave. So these waves, the moment these things now crystallize,
yes,
and things are quiet, and again, what I've come to accept about this country, to be very honest, our people love peace more than poverty. They love peace. They'd rather be poor, but they're peaceful. There's a problem. I think it's many years of violence on the bodies of Kenyans, especially people of our age, 40 years and above.
Yeah.
We have gone through so much violence in this country that anything that has some resemblance of peace, it's fine. And I think that's why the June 25th movement did not end up into something catastrophic. It's because people go to a point and say, no, we can't go this far.
We were not supporting this violence we're seeing here.
Exactly. Yeah, we can't go this far. So we have been programmed to believe that there are better days coming. And let me tell you what I see about this country. There are unseen forces in this country that will want to keep it together. The unseen forces. The political class will come and go. Governments come and go. But the state has to remain the state. And just imagine this old Ford truck.
Yes.
Lori ya kubeba mchanga huko village. I'm sure you've come across one of them.
Are you talking about the Bedford?
Yes, hata ina number plate maybe at the moment.
Kuna moja ina operating hapo kwetu.
Ukiendeshwa huku mbele it's straight. Huku nyuma
it's twisted.
It's twisted. Kwa sababu center bolt ilipotea. Okay. So what this country, this is Kenya for you.
So we are that old Bedford
we are
track.
that old Bedford track. Bele iko sawa inaenda nyuma hapo, we keep recuperating it. Yes. Inaenda hivi, they try to take it back. Inaenda hivi, we try to take it back. So over time, it suffers serious blows. In 1992, it suffered serious blows. 1997, 2002, at least ikarudi proper kabisa.
There was some alignment.
Some alignment ikafanyiwa, ikaanza kusonga, ikafika 2007, ikaenda tena kando. And then 2013, we brought it back again, okay?
Yeah.
With a new political dispensation and a new constitution. 2022, so tuko hapo tu. So whoever inherits this thing called Kenya, you panel beat it too. But the underlying, the baseline here is that people who have money in this country, people who have generational wealth in this country, will want to die and be buried here. So they will close ranks at some point. If they feel these factions are going to throw this country into some chaos, watavuka barabara, watasalimiana, because they value what they have put in this country.
True.
This is where they belong. But these political machines, these political violence machines, in the name of young people who have nothing to lose, will want to invade homes and live there and drink what you people are drinking, okay? Or what you're feeding your dogs. They will come in anytime, so they have to be kept at bay. Okay, so this political class will agree at some point that for us to save this country, then let's form a coalition government of sorts. Because from where I sit, if Linda Mwananchi is going to become a political movement, which already it is, then their stake in this coalition forming is going to be very high.
Okay.
They're going to ask for something
significant
serious, a chunk
stake.
of something. And then now that makes united opposition, if they also want something, a stake out of this coalition as well, diminish. So the thing of we are coming with numbers as sisi kama watu wa mahali fulani, it's shrinking as we move forward. So you have to accommodate everyone. You're going to accommodate everyone, then that power sharing cake, it'll shrink too as we go forward. So people have to agree at some point that for us to save this country, then let's share what we can share. And that sharing, and again, I think our people have to understand at some point that there are people who are born to be voting machines. Okay.
Explain.
Yes. We were naturally born to vote for leaders.
Yes.
Because we can't be leaders.
All of us can't be leaders.
All of us can't be leaders.
No, not the vast majority of us.
We can't be leaders. We cannot be leaders. So we are voting machines. So we have to agree, tutapangwa tu.
So whether tunapangwa ki Gen Z,
tutapangwa tu at some point, tutapangwa. Because let me ask you. The ideals Linda Mwananchi stand for.
Okay.
Maybe this grouping ya Linda Mwananchi is not corrupt. Okay? They have a good proven track record in sponsoring bills, in supporting, in fighting injustices in this country.
Rejecting finance
bill, all those things. And then this group is gravitating towards united opposition, which has many other people. People who stand for what is good.
Very many other backgrounds.
With many other backgrounds. People who have stolen land, people who have done many things, people barred from running for office, but they are going to form power. So you have to accommodate all these people. It's not a laughing matter, City. I'm very serious.
Yeah, what you're saying is that everyone at one point will have to play in the mud.
Exactly. Kila mtu atakutana hapo katikati. And then we make it look like this is what the country needs. But these people are going to meet in the middle.
Yeah, for the first time I'm going to ask a question City asks. Then where does that leave the Mwananchi?
Kazi ya Mwananchi ni kupiga kura. Yeah. Now the few leaders they elect into office should determine then, with the power of Mwananchi, unajua watu wakikukataa wamekukataa. People refuse to vote for you, they have refused to vote for you. But kuna kasongo hapa, kuna kasumba in this country where you hate me so much to elect something else. Okay. Like from the region I come from at the moment, there are members of parliament who have done nothing. But as long as they are going against this regime, they'll be re-elected.
Okay.
You understand?
And so long as they're supporting a certain individual who
will be re-elected.
They will be re-elected.
It is madness. But that's where we are. That is the country we run. That's where we are. And it will take a long time. In Western Kenya, people were saying, watu walikuwa wanaambiwa sasa, bwana kitu we want to support William Ruto for 2027.
Yes.
Okay? So that to support 2032.
Ndio.
But there's a group saying now, nyinyi ngojeni hiyo 2032. Since we want to run in 2027. Okay? Ata wa support 2032. It's fine. Since we want to run in 2022. So kuna damu moto hapa, kuna damu lukewarm hapa, kuna damu baridi. They are in these political formations. So it's in an ideal world, to be honest, your voting should reflect the outcome of what you really want in this regime you want to put in power. But that is never the case. That it will take a long time. That's never the case. That is never the case. Because the last time's elections, I thought from where I sat that we had crossed this tribal threshold. I thought so. To be honest, I thought so, that with a new constitution, with a progressive constitution, with this digital highway we have created as a country, our proximity to international markets.
You thought we had diluted tribalism.
Exactly. But we're back there. Now it is worse.
Yes.
Sasa ni worse. Sasa mimi, I come from Kisii.
Yes.
And now you have to ask me from which clan. Hapo ndio tumefika. Kitambo ilikuwanga wewe ni Mkisi. That's enough.
Period.
Sasa which clan? Is this clan in Linda Mwananchi? Kama wako, what is our stake?
Right.
Hii clan iko kwa
Linda
UDA.
Ground ama UDA.
Yeah, what is our stake? Because nowadays people are saying, oh, I've seen another appointment. Huyo mtu ametoka wapi? Ni Mkisi. Mkisi which clan? Mtu yote hajapatiwa kitu. How many people can you give work in this country?
What brought about this narrative? Because it's a strong one.
Which narrative? The clanism?
Well, yes, mtu wetu. You see, mtu wetu has been devolved. Before it was the larger community who ni mtu wetu. But now it's specific. And even when you go to clan, they'll say, it's that family.
Yes. Imefika hapo.
Yes.
That's why I said, I thought we had overcome this in 2022.
No. We haven't overcome it. But there's something about 2022 that we must not forget, because I don't think the effect of 2022 is gone, not fully. Because what was introduced by what then became UDA was unique. It was unsettling. In fact, I actually consider it was dangerous. But them against us at the level of the haves and the have-nots is dangerous. But it was an issue-based what? Campaign. The beauty of it is those who led that charge are the ones who have gone and dissipated it, because it is clear they have joined the other group, okay, and they are no longer in the group that they campaigned with. But for the first time, you could argue the Mwananchi was at the center of the conversation.
Kabisa. He was the decision maker.
For the first time.
For the first time, yes.
Yes. Meaning, stated, there's policy, there are charters being signed. So the narrative that Raila Odinga had for the longest time was actually structured and given documentation. Okay? But, and that documentation is what is strangling this government. Because you say people just go back to what you said and say, actually, forget saying. The social contract was penned. Ink was put to paper.
Yes.
And this is what you said. So, explain this to us. But, if there is a strong narrative, and this is where those who are in the opposition make a mistake, when you criticize a particular government over and over and over again, what you've done, you are highlighting what you think are their failures. What do you think happens when they can demonstrate that those failures are not what you're saying? Demonstrate, meaning people can see and say, you know, they were criticized for this, but it's not entirely true. I'll give you an example of, say, Shah. It started off, it's not working. It had many problems, cost, you name it. But it's not working completely. Narrative has changed. It works sometimes, sometimes it doesn't work. There's a conversation I've been having with my Uber guy. He had relatives. He started off with, this thing about dialysis is not working. So I asked him, is it you going for dialysis? No, an uncle of mine. So I asked him, so what does he understand that Shah will pay for? So he asked me, what? I said, Shah has not said they're going to pay for everything. What have they said they're going to pay for? So he said, let me find out. He asked me, why do you ask? I said, because your uncle may need 3 sessions and Shah is paying for 2. But the narrative is that it is not working. No, it is not paying for 3. It's not that it is not working. Okay? Many people took the narrative that it isn't working and they went with it. You know why? They were disenchanted, and anything negative that was said about the government was welcomed. And they joined the chorus. They also said it is not working. Every major project this government has stated that they were doing has been stated as a failure. Roads which are not being built, the Mombasa Kilifi road not being built. Until I went there and I found it being built. So I actually asked, folks, I didn't like to join you, but
look,
this road is actually being built. I mean, I can see it. But more to the point, the road coming from Kilifi, it's Kikambala. It's a very nice road. I mean, so you tell me it's not working. Tell me, what you mean. A strong narrative that points to the failures of a government have to be able to outstand, to outlive the test of time. The moment it is fractured, then that very narrative, which was your mainstay, has been damaged.
That's true.
You cannot now, and you may not see it, but the citizenry look and say, actually, these fellows may be pointing fingers at this government, and this government is not as bad as they think. Yet, if they indeed are projects those who see it, those projects being accomplished, they will not be with you when you're saying this government is bad. They may not tell you, but they are not with you. So when someone says the whole country thinks this, it's not true. The whole country doesn't like Ruto. It is not true.
That's true.
The whole country is talking one term. Again, it is not true. The region I come from, most of the people there have no quarrel with William Ruto per se. Many people who are in Dennis's backyard, in terms of a real quarrel with the president, they don't really have a real quarrel. No, not really. If you go to Western Kenya, they actually don't have a quarrel. The squabbles you hear of who was appointed, where they come from, but as for a genuine quarrel like the ones I see some people from a certain region of the country have, that quarrel isn't there. No, they don't really have a beef. Now, so when you talk about politics and elections and who might do what, let me ask you, who do you think is striking the right chord with the Mwananchi, and who do you think the Mwananchi feels this person looks after my interest?
That's where the answer lies then.
You see, for example, when you talk about service delivery, government delivering services, Nyoro, MP for Kiharu, he has documented very well what he's doing for his constituency. You will find pictures online, whether it's on his page or the county page, and other influencers, of course, just showcasing what has happened in that particular area. But unfortunately, and then of course residents of Kiharu will actually amplify those particular voices. But unfortunately for this particular government, it's not like ati things are not being done. Ndi venye tu sasa pia wenye wana receive hizo services are not amplifying those voices. So when opposition comes and says SHA is not working, and yet there's a patient perhaps who's benefited from the services of SHA, that patient doesn't say,
no, they never do. They never
that's
do.
the thing.
But,
So
let me tell you something about our politics which you must understand. When I tell you all politics is local, Kiharu used to be called Mbiri. Matiba came from there. Julius Kiano came from there. Okay? These are people who, when they competed against each other, they competed with the development. One is Minister for Water, haki piped water kama ulikuwa utaki unapata pipe. Okay? Another one, by the lorry road. Of course, I'm being facetious here. By the lorry load, what wanaenda, they're employed at breweries because Matiba is chairman. Or employed in his many hotels. That region had seen development come to them with their politics. So for them, the politics and development, same was up group worked. Okay? Then there was a guy called Michuki, comes from the larger Muranga area. When he was in KCB and the other places, people from that region benefited. When Kamodo comes from that region as well, when he was Minister for Education, he made sure when the 844 system came, the region benefited. But significantly, Julius Kiano, when he was our first Minister for Commerce and with the Africanization program, many people who benefited were Africans, but many more came from that particular part of the country. Okay? All the groups, Roavia, what have you. So there are many businesses, including Equity, that you see. If you look at their history, they come from these groupings of people who had understood how to get together, buy property when these properties were available. Okay? They were not given free. They bought. When you are an MP in this day and age, and that is the background you come from, you are among people who know what should be done. Nyoro is exceptional in many ways. But the ecosystem in which he's playing his politics, if he didn't do what he's doing, he would not stand a chance.
Kidogoni tricky.
Because those people expect now, other parts of the country, bro, people celebrate for a year when one classroom is built. One. Okay? And even the windows are not complete. So, if a member of parliament comes from a region which doesn't have road is a footpath, and they bring a grader, paves the way so you can see the semblance of a road, muddy but the semblance of a road, in their opinion that person has done something, and it's enormous. So when you talk about the politics and the progress, Nyoro acts as an example of what a model a member of parliament ought to do. But if he wasn't in that region that he has grown up in and he represents, I don't think he'd be doing the same thing he's doing.
I agree with you, City. I mean, talking of one classroom built in 1 year and people celebrate, I give this analogy every time about how politics and development is intertwined. if kama niko na taxi yangu, let me say this in Kiswahili so that it can sink in.
Yes.
For a voting machine somewhere. If I have my small boda, I'm a small boda operator uko Kisii, in some sub-county in Kisii, and I have the same boda, a similar boda in Nyeri town, kwa mfano. Okay. Huyu mtu mwenye anaishi Nyamira Kisii na boda yake will spend most of his money yenye ametengeza from boda to repair it because of the bad state of roads. Okay. The person who lives in Nyeri, kwa mfano, I'm using Nyeri
as an
example.
Yes.
Will spend that money he has made from that boda to invest in something. Okay, because roads have been sorted. You understand?
Yes.
Roads have been sorted. So it's not the same. It cannot be the same. So for Kiharu Member of Parliament is able to build on what has already been there, or there's a precedent. But you have a Member of Parliament from Kisii who thinks that by building kutuwekea tu maram anasema amejenga barabara. I know a certain governor from my region who has marammed a few roads na anasema amejenga barabara mingi sana.
Yeah.
Ndugu yangu, hizo si barabara. Hizo si barabara. If by any design kupatia watoto uji shule, asubuhi, and you say you're feeding children in a school, but that is it's a big thing for a mother who says sina breakfast ya kupatia mtoto wacha enda kunye uji ya shule.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's how we look at things. But I have a problem with Ndindi Nyoro kwa sababu Ndindi Nyoro in the past he didn't see these flaws. Hakuziona hii shida yenye this regime has. Ndindi when he was chairman of the budget committee.
Yes.
Hakuona. He didn't see it. But sasa he's telling us, he's giving lectures all over in this country about what we should buy, what Safaricom should buy, what Safaricom should not buy.
He's speaking economics everywhere.
He's being anaitwa kila mahali kutoa lecture. But I mean, that is the country we live in. I mean, if your interests aziko na mtu mwenye you asked us to vote for, you know, I was listening. You know, let me tell you, it's very interesting. I have nothing against the former DO, Rigathi Gachagua. I have nothing against that guy. He's a great mobilizer, and you can hear it in his voice. He has a violent voice. Okay, and the same way demonized Uhuru Kenyatta is the same way he's doing it with William. The same way. If you
copy and paste.
It's the same thing. Vile alikuwa anasema Uhuru alikuwa mlevi nikamtoa kwa bar nikafanya nini. The same thing is, and I'm like, you can't be this good in what you do. He's extremely good. Yesterday he was in Kisii when he said ati shida yenu hapa kuna mtu mlikuwa mnatumia broker. You're using a broker to negotiate for you akipata, and the person is talking about has been dead for the last 3 months.
Hajawacha hiyo mambo.
It's unbelievable, man. So siasa is something I will never understand, my brother. It's something I will never understand.
Siasa ya Kenya specifically?
Siasa ya Kenya hii siasa yetu ni ngumu. I'm telling you. Hii siasa ya Kenya hii ni ngumu sana.
It's hard.
Ni ngumu sana.
So kwa ground, who is going to get elected in terms of MPs, MCAs? I mean, the kinds of people that wananchi will elect. Are they the ones who are sloganeering the one terms, the Linda Inchis and the Linda Grounds? Or are they going to elect the leaders that have actually done something for them?
Let me tell you, if things don't crystallize, then this election will be a wave election. Ni wave too.
Let me ask you,
yes,
which election?
Okay, if there will be an
Since
election.
2002 has not been a wave election.
Yes.
But go on.
Yes. I have a feeling that if things don't crystallize, but I have a feeling they are going to crystallize because people need to know what they are going to get in power. People need to understand, if you're going to support you as united opposition, this is what you're going to get. as political leaders. If you're going to support you as a united UDA, ODM, and other political parties, this is what you're going to get. If that does not happen, then this is going to be, after the presidency, chini yake it is going to be a fagia election. Or watafagiliwa tu. Out of flimsy reasons. Watu wataenda nyumbani tu. People will just be voted out. Na hasira tu ya watu. Emotions too.
Meaning, they will need an outlet for their anger.
Exactly.
And they will let it out on these people whom they elected before. Like the National Assembly, I think will hemorrhage.
Wataenda. I think 90% they'll go. 90%. As in is you're guilty by association. Yeah.
So people will forget they'll forget the finance bill. They'll forget Akina Rex who died.
Let me ask you right now: is the finance bill a conversation?
It's not.
No, it's not.
They'll forget.
But it was a significant thing at one point, and lots of people lost their lives because of it. Businesses were closed because of it. People did not go to work because of it. So personally, if I was affected in that way, trust me, I wouldn't forget.
All people forget. And that forgetting is not as negative as sometimes it is made to be. It is what makes it possible for these coalitions to happen. It is what makes it possible for people to move.
Okay.
There are people who were moved from their homes in 2008. There are a good number who have never gone back.
True.
There are some who have not been compensated.
What I fear is that this election might not be having a boogeyman. Without a boogeyman, then the pressure on the presidency is going to be very high. In terms of keeping this country together. You know, the president has the moral duty to make sure that this country is kept together. It's the center of gravity.
Well, it is in his interest that the country stays
together. Exactly.
Yes.
So, because the man is the center of gravity, then those in positions to make sure that the country is put together will do everything in their position to make sure the country stays together. Because because in the past, the person who they used to give the country to, wanamwambia sasa, mzee, hii kitu kama hata umeibiwa,
tulia,
this country is bigger than all of us. So they push it with him. Wanaipush mpaka kwa age, alafu wanampatia. So Raila being Raila, he brings the country back.
Okay.
This time,
there's no boogeyman.
Sijui ni nani watapewa kitu. I don't know who is going to carry this cross to a point where you push the country too hard, so much to the brink of collapsing, and then try and bring it back. I don't know who that person is going to be.
Who is it who has that national appeal?
Like he has said, he doesn't know.
I don't know.
Oh, I wasn't looking for an answer. I was merely adding your conversation. Yes. Who?
Dennis, we have come to the end of the show.
That's short.
Imagine. Thank you so much. I guess the next time, and producer Meskia, let's make it 2 hours.
Yes. In fact, I've been saying, before you finish, I've been saying, why don't we start a political party? A political show, not party. Let's start a political show on this. To later work. There are people out here kuna watu hapo nje wanataka kupiga siasa.
When you find such people, tell them to come.
Wacha tupige picha na Dennis Onsarigo. Coming up next, we do have Philip Etale. He's the communications director of ODM. Tunataka kumuuliza Linda Ground versus Linda Mwananchi, which way ODM party?
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Leap Africa's Diana Amabel Nwakanma says young people in Africa are facing big challenges. Many struggle with school, finding jobs, taking part in their communities, and mental health. She says broken family support and global pressures make things even harder. Nwakanma believes talking across generations and changing mindset are key to helping young people become strong, positive leaders.
We're talking about the whole spectrum, but particularly Generation Z and Gen Alphas, because they were born into a world where these things became more salient, more topical, more talked about. And so you find that they have a high incidence of anxiety, high incidences of depression, high incidences of suicidality. And so you cannot be trying to optimize them as leaders as humans and you're not addressing their health and well-being, especially in a continent that has limited, again, access to good quality health care. And then mental health and mental wellness is something that's increasingly being talked about. But, in our culture, in our African culture, sometimes it's a little bit still stigmatized.
A united ODM would have been a big advantage for President William Ruto, says former Azimio Press Secretary Dennis Onsarigo. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Onsarigo says a divided ODM could be problematic for the president, who has recently entered a broad-based agreement with the party. He adds that he believes President William Ruto is trying to inherit the late Raila Odinga's support base ahead of the 2027 general elections.
A fragmented ODM, then if I was William Ruto, I'll sit in a room and I'd say, how many votes can you bring for me on board?
Yes.
Because what the current ODM has done, the Linda ground group has done, I think they ceded so much of their power to the ruling coalition. Okay. If you look at this thing critically, you realize that it took Raila Odinga to stabilize this regime when we had issues back then in 24, 25. It took Raila Odinga to say, let's sit down and have a conversation.
Yes.
A section of female senators have called on the government to act on what they term as a worrying rise in political violence at rallies across the country. Led by nominated senators Catherine Muma and Veronica Maina, the lawmakers say it is unacceptable to see lives lost and people injured during heightened political activities. They also condemned acts of violence by individuals identified as goons during rallies.
I want to call upon all our young men, please don't be used as political weapons in violence. In Kitengela, a life was lost. In Mbale, a life was lost.
And we are also condemning, in the strongest terms, all forms of violence, abuse, forms of aggressions that we are experiencing now in political rallies, aimed at political showdowns between different groupings or different political divides. Indeed, it is very worrying that in 2026, early 2026, when general elections are slated for 2027, we have the kind of violence we are seeing being meted out.
Police in Mexico are hunting several inmates who escaped from a prison in Puerto Vallarta on Sunday. The breakout happened during a wave of attacks by the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, or CGNG. The cartel set up roadblocks and torched cars in Puerto Vallarta, a popular beach town, after security forces killed their leader, Nemesio Oseguera, also known as El Mencho. Officials say armed men rammed a prison gate with a car, allowing 23 inmates to escape. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. A big shout out to Boaz Waruku, who's saying morning Ndugu Mbuvi and Ndugu City. Boaz, good morning to you too and welcome to the show. And we also have Njuki Mungai anasema City. SHA works when you are paying and conveniently doesn't work when you need services. Njuki, umetumia hizo services? Tuambie ni gani zilikataa kufanya kazi. And then the real SC amesema he needs to see more conversations around real issues. So he's talking about engineers and other. But the real see, yesterday we had an engineer here, and we were talking about electricity connectivity in this country. We had an economist, I think, on Friday, and we spoke about opportunities for young people. This morning, actually, we did host someone from the NGO world. They're actually planning big things for this country going forward. You just need to tap into it. So the conversations, the real see, have been ongoing. All right, so you just need to pay keen attention na utaziona. Nimeona pia kuna My Take 2.0. Good morning Ivan Sonyango, habari. Zach pia, how are you doing? Yeah, Zach anasema the Gusii had to lay a red carpet acquired from the governor's office for Matiangi's motorcade to drive on. It's cooking nicely.
Red carpet for the car to drive? Come on.
Philip Etali, good morning.
Good morning.
Philip is the communications director for ODM party.
Oh yes.
Tumeona mambo mengi yanafanyika ama yatendeka ODM. Kuna Linda Mwananchi, kuna Linda Ground. So ODM, which way? Is this way or is it that way?
You know, ODM,
yes,
as I've always said and many people have said,
yeah,
is like a big tree. ODM is a big movement. It's not just a political party, it's a movement. Mm-hmm. And you know, in a big house where there are many rooms, mm-hmm, there's bound to be such kind of sibling rivalry. You find children trying to fight each other for attention. You see, and especially when the father of the house rests, that's when you will see how vicious these children can become. And they will fight. But at the end of the day, they realize we only have one home. There's nowhere we can go. There's nowhere else we can go. We only have one home. We had one father.
Yes.
Unfortunately, our father rested. Now, what do we do? After all this fight, why can't we just come together, reason together, and see how we can build this political party, this movement called ODM, build our home, make it better, bigger than the father left it.
What is the main fight? What is the bone of contention?
You see, I wouldn't say much about this, but what I believe is just, as I said, it's attention seeking.
Okay.
That, you know, I think I was closer to my father than you. Dad used to confide a lot in me than he did to you. You see, so that kind of rivalry is what we are seeing playing out in our political party called ODM. But I believe and I know that in the fullness of time, there's going to be a voice of reason.
Yeah.
And people will sit together. They will realize that what we've been doing is indeed going to taint the image of our father more than the image of our home. So let's protect the image of our father. Let's sit down. Let's make it. Let's leave the legacy of our father.
Yeah. Are you saying that we shall see these children who are now fighting calm down, relax, and realize, by the way, we all belong to the same daddy? So tuendelee kusonga mbele.
Remember the story of the prodigal son in the Bible?
I remember it very well.
This boy was given everything. He thought he had everything that nobody else had. He went, he enjoyed life, he sauntered into places that nobody had ever sauntered in. But when he realized that, hey, I'm losing it, what did he do?
He went back home.
He went back home.
And the family accepted him back.
Correct. This is a home, this is a moment that will not let anyone go, but will let other people come in, and many more. And those who want to leave can also just do it. Like, you know, you can leave, but at the end of the day, you'll come back.
Yes.
City will tell you, when there was this orchestra, I think I was a little boy, I was a kid, TPOK Jazz Band, that was led by the maestro, Franco Luambo Luanzo Makiadi. There are people who Franco nurtured, trained to be good artists in that band. But when they realized that, okay, tumeunda jina, they decided to leave. People like Joski Kiambukuta, people like Madilu System, people like Sam Mangwana, they left. But Franco said, even Tessa d'Alliance, they left. But Franco told them,
one day you'll come back. And by the way, when they came back, he welcomed them, he received them and told them, let's continue. That is what is going to happen in ODM. Let people make noise, let people shout to the rooftop that, oh, I'm this, I'm that. But at the end of the day, we only have one home, which is the ODM.
Let me ask you this question, Philip. Huh? Yeah. It can't be that these differences are appearing now. Are we saying that because the late Raila Odinga was alive, he knew how to calm the waters and that differences existed, but now is when they're actually coming out into the form?
You see, Baba had a very unique way of playing politics. Baba would sit down with you today and tell you this, and he would stick with what he tells you. But again, he will look around and say, this other person has a belief in something else. Let me tell him what he wants to hear or what she wants to hear. And then at the end of the day, after you have megongana, he calls that meeting together. You come and sit down. Then he comes the storm and tells you, you guys, this is the way to go. This is our party. This is our home. So let us work together. And then after that, we leave that place in unison. We speak with one voice. That was a good way of doing things. And what I'm saying today, the person who replaced Baba,
yes,
in that position, I know the shoes are big. The Dr. Oburu Oginga, the senator,
yes,
has not been given time to settle down, has not been given time to sit down with all the lieutenants in the battalion to plan how we are going to move forward as a party. What you are seeing is people hitting him left, right, and center. Even people who are not members of the ODM party, with vested interest.
Yes,
you'll find somebody like Rigathi Gachagua now being the advisor of ODM. How can Rigathi advise ODM? You find people who used to scorn at Baba when he was alive, now trying to make him a king, a hero, You see, people who never liked him today, because they believe they can tap into what is happening in ODM, which I believe is just a little storm that will come. Wanajaribu kutumia hiyo to portray themselves as now who are very close to Raila Amolo Odinga. You see, a lot of things are being said that, oh, Baba said this, Baba said that. He is not there today to come out and speak. You know, Baba is one person who would come out and say, no, I didn't say that, or I said it, and I'll defend it. And I remember so well during the funeral of Mama Daktari Phoebe Asio. He was very explicit on the decision that he made to work with the President William Samoei Ruto and ODM signing an agreement with UDA.
Yes.
And he said, after 2027 or in 2027, you are going to defend our decision. You are going to be very clear with the masses. And then you, with a divergent opinion, you will come and say your view.
Yes.
So that we meet together and see how we can move forward.
All right.
But now we haven't had that opportunity because Baba is not there, so everyone seems to look at himself or herself like, oh, me, I can do this, I can say that. You know what really annoyed me some time back?
Yes.
On a TV show, when somebody said that if you want to do anything, go and consult Raila. How do you consult somebody who is already dead? That is mockery. You know, in the African society, we are supposed to respect the dead. And in fact, the reason why I've taken like 4 months mourning Baba, whom I knew when I was just 19 years old. I knew him as a little boy, a young boy. I was still a teenager.
Yes.
Up to now, I'm 46 years old. So almost half of my life I've known Raila Odinga.
Yes.
And there are things I will not say about him. And there are things, good things I will say about him. There are those that I will never say. The things that we used to sit down together, just the two of us, and we discuss and he shares with me, I will never say, and I will not.
Yeah.
But now there are those who believe that, oh, Baba used to tell me this, they want to say it all, and they want to say that, sisi ndo tunajua vitu sana. You see, let me tell you, we cannot fool people all the time.
Yeah.
What we need to do as a people, we need to inspire even those generations that are coming. The younger generation, we need to give them hope, make them hope and think, not just to bombard them with things that are not there. You see, when you start telling people about this and that, Baba is rested, let him rest in peace. What we need to do as ODM people, we need to allow Raila Amolo Odinga to rest. Everything we do, we are invoking his name. He's not there. When he was there, we used to insult him. People used to call him names, Mugoroki. People used to call him
Mtu wa vitendawili,
Mchawi. Baba has never been a Mchawi. Now, ndo realize sasa he's a saint in death. When he was alive, he used to call him a madman. And it's very shameful that someone can just decide that now that this man is not there, let me say these things. Let us respect the dead, and the dead must be respected.
I agree with you. Now, in terms of party, because we've heard of, we hosted the ORPP here a couple of weeks ago, and he told us that party there are ways that parties have got their own problem-solving mechanisms.
Yes.
With what you have currently, because this is how the public is viewing it, they are viewing it as a problem. How are you going to resolve it? Because I understand there's an NDC coming up sometime in March.
Yes.
What is going to happen on that day? What should Kenyans expect? What should ODM fans expect? And then also beyond that day.
You see, my brother.
Yes.
There have been calls for NDC.
Yes.
When Baba died, on the day Baba died, actually I was one of those who were really affected. I was in the village when I received the first call around 7:45.
Right.
I cried like a baby, you see, and villagers just came, my pastor came and prayed for me. Then I decided, now, let me do a road trip back to Nairobi. I drove like a madman. I came to Nairobi. The following morning, when the body was to be brought back to the country for burial rites, there was this meeting, the NEC meeting. And I'm told every NEC member was invited to that meeting.
Yes.
Every NEC member was invited to that meeting. People travel from North Rift, people travel from Samburu, people travel from Coast, people travel from all over the country. NEC members are spread across the country.
Okay.
There's that lady in Isibania who traveled overnight to come for that meeting. The meeting was started around 7, where Honorable Abdulswamad Sheriff Nasi, the governor of Mombasa, proposed Dr. Oburu Oginga to be the acting party leader.
All right.
And he was seconded by the governor of Kisii, the Honorable Simbarati. And it was a unanimous decision. Days later, there was an NGC, a special NGC that was held in Mombasa, just on the sidelines of the ODM at 20 celebrations.
Yes.
Where every member of the party, including members of the NEC and NGC, including members of parliament, and those county officials, party branch officials came. It was full house. And it was a unanimous decision that Dr. Oburu Oginga be the party leader.
Okay.
And he took an oath of office that was administered by none other than the Secretary General of the party.
That is Nairobi Senator.
Who is my boss, my friend, my brother, Senator Edwin Sifuna. Where the rain started beating us, I don't know. Because I expected in that moment, and with what had happened, we needed to transition in a smooth way. That we should have this NGC where Oburu has taken oath of office and other officials who had been appointed earlier were confirmed. And that was in the offing. That oath of office was in the offing when Baba was still there. That these guys, like the deputy party leaders, the national chairperson, and other officials, organizing secretary, deputy organizing secretary, Madam Ruth Odinga, the political affairs secretary, Madam Rosa Buyo, and others would take an oath of office to be sworn in as we await the NDC after the completion of party primaries. NDC is always held after every 5 years. Actually, the time is nigh. NDC should be held.
Okay.
They kept on saying, we need NDC, we need NDC. NDC has been called. Now there is talk that it's too soon to have this NDC. We need dialogue. We need people to sit down. So what do we want as a people of ODM?
Yeah.
What do we really want?
What do you want?
As a communication director of the party,
Yes.
I'm at a loss because on the other hand, some people are calling for the NDC to ratify any decision or make changes to the leadership. On the other hand, now, when this is called, the same people are saying, now, no, it's not yet time for the NDC. We need to have time to sit down. We need to have elders sitting us down and,
But the people calling for postponement, do they come from a particular faction or it is a general agreement across?
No, it's just, I wouldn't say there are factions, but as it is, the public knows that there are factions within ODM.
We know there's a Linda Ground, Linda Mwananchi.
I saw something that some newspaper, there was a cartoon, somebody squeezing the orange,
yes,
with no juice coming out and saying, is ODM losing the juice, the orange juice? Then I said, okay, of course, kama chama ni kubwa, unajua muti mwenye matunda ndio urushiwa mawe.
Kweli.
Na sasa, a lot of people will concentrate on what is happening in ODM and forget about their own houses. So by the time they are finished concentrating on what is happening in ODM, their houses will be crumbling down, So let them also concentrate on what is happening in their own houses. Because, as you try to help to build somebody else's home and you forget your own home, you'll find a leaking roof and you will not be able to fix it when the rain starts beating you see. So let us concentrate on what matters to us and not about what other people are going through. We are going through some moment of anxiety, but I know it's just short-lived. These people know each other. These people are friends. These leaders, these my bosses are friends. They will one day sit down and say, this is our party, this is our home. Wacha tusonge mbele as a family.
Now, so are we having something on the 27th or not?
As far as I'm concerned, there's not been any change to the date of the NDC. The 27th of March it is.
Okay. Honorable Sifuna did say this. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has said his ODM faction, again, faction here being used, will explore a coalition with like-minded leaders to craft a formidable machine against President William Ruto's re-election. The ODM Secretary General assured his group will not divide the opposition bloc. And then, of course, they captioned him saying, I want to assure everyone who believes our country cannot withstand another 5-year term of William Ruto that we will not be the problem.
The Senator Edwin Sifuna is my boss.
Yeah.
He's my friend. I've known him for many years. But I would be skeptical to respond to what my SG, my boss, says. I don't know, because there was a decision that was made in Mombasa that they had removed him by the neck and replaced him by one of the deputies in an acting capacity.
Yes.
But the Senator of Nairobi, when he goes to the public and says that my faction of the ODM,
yes,
that is demeaning. That is quite killing the spirit of Baba, the man whom he claims to be his mentor, father, friend, and everything that he is today.
Right.
If I were him, I would say we need to look for each other, speak to each other, not at each other, because we are leaders. We believe in this movement that Baba, through blood and sweat, made to be what it is today. Do we have time to, or do we have any reason to kill this dream that Baba started? Or should we come together and make this dream bigger, enliven it, make it more appealing to the masses?
Yeah.
That is what I would be doing if I were in his shoes.
Right.
But this tumultuous moment, this excitement that, some people, by the way, I've seen a slogan doing rounds, mimi ni Sifuna.
Yes.
And even some people have been calling me, some sending me long messages, people from my community.
Right.
At, oh, this is... By the way, let me tell you, and I want to say this without batting my eye. I've been a Baba diehard for over 26 years. And there's a time when there was a walkout, there was an exodus from the party by people from my community, the Luya community.
Okay.
Led by the now Prime Cabinet Secretary, when he was the deputy party leader of the party. He walked out on Raila Amolo Odinga at the hour of need. Even my closest friends from my community said, si hatuwezi baki huko tunaenda na omwami.
Yes.
I said, Philip Etale, I've believed in Raila. Baba has treated me like his own son for all these years. I will remain. I did remain.
Yeah.
In fact, he called me one evening when the exodus had happened and asked me, Philip, pia umechenda, yani pia umeenda, Kiluya kuchenda.
Okay.
And he used to speak a few words in Luya.
Right.
Kasema, sir, I cannot do that. I'm with you. And I remained. During the Ababu Namwamba moment, there are those who left.
Ababu Namwamba, please throw Joho in there because he was with Ababu Namwamba.
Yes.
Please. Yes.
Now I'm speaking as a Luya from
Right.
the community and responding to those who are sending me long messages on Facebook and inbox, sending me text messages on WhatsApp. You see,
So Ababu walked out.
Ababu resigned. He left. And
Ababu was SG.
It was SG. And a very powerful SG. Yes. A man who could listen to you, ask you a question. Whenever he would go anywhere, he would first consult and tell you, hey, Phil, I want to go to this show. What do you think I should say? You give him some few tips here and there. He calls another person,
Yes.
Yes, I'm not saying other people are not doing it,
Yeah.
but I'm saying Ababu will do it, even Professor Nyong will do it.
Right.
Now, when Ababu left, there's a pocket of Luya people who left. Me, I remained steadfast in the party. So, it is not the time for you to start sending me messages, you should be on the right side of history. History is history.
Yeah.
It depends on what you believe in. Even Napoleon Bonaparte had his own history. And he did what he did for the French Revolution. Adolf Hitler also had his own history. Benito Mussolini. All those people have had history. So
Stalin
history is history.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? I am glad you brought up those incidences.
Which ones? Of Hitler?
No.
Or the walking out of Ababu?
No. I'm discussing local issues. Hitler, was an Austrian who everybody assumed was a German.
Nilikuwa
naeka
vitu into perspective.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
That was not clear. Yes, so let me be clear now. All these people who left, the politicians left. Did the people leave?
No, they didn't.
So
they didn't. And I'm one of those many people who didn't leave.
Because
I'm proudly
consequent elections, Ababu Namwamba came from Busia County. Okay? Musalia Mudavadi came from Vihiga County. Okay? The voting population in those two regions did not change.
Yeah.
The support that ODM had, you could argue in Vihiga County.
Yes. Ilibaki.
Not only Ilibaki, it was more than Mudavadi's ANC party. When Mudavadi stood for the position of president.
It was UDF.
Yes, it was
UDF.
Yes. Raila got more votes in Mudavadi's own county.
Correct.
Than he did. So, yes, he moved.
But he never moved with the people.
No. That is always a question because you may move. That's you. But at the end of the day, what makes a politician is the people who support him.
Okay.
What I want to say is this, and I like what City is saying. There are some exoduses that have become ignominious to the people who live. They become irrelevant. And I shudder to say, those who remained in the ODM believed in the cause. We would do anything. We would go to the streets. We would do everything. We would call police officers names just in the name of the belief that we had.
Yes.
And for the love of Raila Amolo Odinga. But I'm saying today, I've had enough tear gas. In 2021, I was a victim of COVID. I was in hospital for 31 days. ICU 10 days. I almost lost my life. And even doctors were telling me, we are surprised you came out. Actually, one doctor told me that. You're surprised that you came out alive because the people you were with in the ICU, all of them went. Only you. So kaniambia, ule Mungu naomba, keep praying. And that's why I always pray. So, my lungs were perforated up to around 70%. You know what I mean? Eh?
Yes.
So eating tear gas, inhaling that tear gas had an implication in my lungs. I remember in the last Mandamano, at where we were attacked pale pipeline.
That time that people attacked Raila's vehicle.
In fact, that sound vehicle, the KDD, I was inside there. I was in there. I saw 2 tear gas cancers kirushwa ndani, zikalipuka. The doors refused to open. I don't know what miracle happened. That one, I think the driver panicked and pressed the lock button.
Yes.
He also struggled to open the door. He struggled. So it took us about 3 to 4 minutes to figure out what had happened.
All this time you're inhaling tear gas.
Me, I was dying because now my lungs are overwhelmed.
Weekend, yes.
Yes. So one person, a colleague of mine called Felix just realized, hey, I think there's a central lock somewhere. He went and pressed it, and then the doors opened. You could imagine, you could see the smoke that was
billowing from
emanating from the car. So, alafu watu wanaona watu wanatoka pale ndani. My friend, I cannot go back to the streets. Those who want to go back to the streets to eat tear gas, wacha wakule tu. But let me tell you, we need to focus as a nation. As a people, we need to focus. Young people, I know you tested that tear gas in 2024. But some tear gas comes with consequences. There are people who lost lives. It's so sad that people lost lives. Should we continue losing lives? Let's sit down. Let's agree. Are we going to change this country through bullet or ballot? Let's change the nation leadership through ballot. Go to the ballot and vote. Mambo ya street mimi siwezi tena.
Yeah.
Yes.
But again, this question that if for sure, Sifuna, from what he has said, he's not supporting the re-election of President William Ruto. Because for me, I think that's like his biggest problem. His problem, that from what I understand, unless he says something different, his problem is not necessarily the 10-point agenda. His problem is not perhaps even Dr. Buru being the party leader. If we go deep down, his problem is the re-election of President Ruto. And perhaps if ODM as a party perhaps sat down and agreed how to approach 2027, it would solve maybe 80-90% of the problem.
Paul, there's the good thing about the information age, what you say is captured instantly, and we can replay it and replay it and replay it.
Yes.
What you read as being attributed to something Senator Sifuna said, that we cannot survive another 5 years, William Ruto, he's not the first person to say it and to put it in that same way. So when he talks about looking for like-minded people, I would argue he already found those like-minded people. Philip, you gave an analogy of a funeral of a patriarch who passes away and the squabbles that then arise. Many patriarchs in the part of the world he comes from and I come from, people had more than one wife. So these squabbles would arise, but often you would find that there was a brother of this particular patriarch or a cousin who was instigating some of this. There was always someone in the background whom you will not see, but he's the whisperer. He's the one who keeps whispering so and so. Your father actually didn't say this. Your father said this. In fact, that property that you're thinking, those people always exist in our communities. So when you find a division, it's not as though the children suddenly woke up and decided that the path they're going to take is one of some violent disagreement. There's always someone pushing them along, urging them along, and saying, what he's saying is not true. There's also this which you should consider. In fact, you know that other mother of yours, you know what? There are always people who are saying that. And when I look at the problem that we're having in ODM and the narratives that are now emanating, I have to ask this question. What is this thing that William Ruto is doing that we cannot survive another 5 years of William Ruto? Yes.
That's the question.
I have to ask. This thing that he's doing, that if he's elected and he continues doing, we are finished as a nation. Because that if you can't survive something, it means it will be gone. So what is it?
But Paul, I don't want to be hag-ridden by the mistakes of other people.
Okay.
This time around, I want to be focused. As
right.
Philip Akunda Etale. You know, you can have your belief in something. You can say what you want to say, that, oh, yeah. You know, it's a democratic space for everyone. It's a democratic right. Because I've heard, you know, there's a time there's been talk of who is funding who is funding who. People say the president is funding the side of
Linda Ground,
led by Senator Oburu Oginga. And then there are others who say the former president is funding the other side,
Linda Mwananchi.
So I would say this, by the way, me, I've not eaten anybody's money. I always go with my per diem that I've always received from the party since Baba was there.
Yes.
To these functions. I'm a civil servant of the party.
Okay.
You see?
Yes.
So when you see me in Linda Ground, don't just throw stones at me. I'm working and I believe in the cause. I know that this is where the country needs to be. What has, like City Us, these 5 years, in fact, the president has not done 5 years, it's just 3.5 years. What is it that you've seen that he has done wrong that other presidents didn't do?
Okay.
Like, you know, President Uhuru Kenyatta was there. There was so much that was happening in the country. There's the issue of, what is it called? Hii kitu ya pesa mingi ilichukuliwa ngambo hii. Eurobond. The Eurobond. Where did that money go? Because, you know, when you indebt a country, that money should come and help the country grow. We needed to have a modern airport like we have, Ethiopians have. You know, if you go to Bole International Airport, right now they are building another new terminal. A brand new terminal. In fact, the one that tunaijua hapa, the common one, is going to be like Wilson Airport. So the other one now is going to be
modern, bigger, better, beautiful.
Yes, that's what we need. Right now we look at JKIA, it looks like some farmers airstrip in German, West Bremen. It doesn't look like an international airport. Yes, we need to modernize our facilities. But whenever we try to do that, whenever they try to do it, politics come up.
Yes.
People start saying, oh, people are eating. Of course, I know there is eating, and that eating must stop. That is what is killing this country. The eating must stop, but the doing must be done. We need to do it. We need to have modern facilities that can match international standards. You see? We need to have people who are focused. As a nation, we need to focus. We need to know, okay, those who are in opposition, let them be in opposition. Those who are in government, let them be in government. But you know, when we meet at the election, we decide. Wewe piga kura yako, go home without incitement from outside forces.
Okay.
Those who are there in power, those who had their time in power, should let those who are in power also have their time, and when their time comes, they leave, just like they left. Kama wananchi watasema tumechoka, sisi ndo tunawatoa, let it be out of their own volition as a people of Kenya through the ballot, the ballot. But hii kelele ambayo tunaona kila siku, people chest thumping, you know, excitement will never lead us anywhere. Excitement will only lead to our detriment. Some of us may be excited today because we have the attention.
Yes.
But when that attention is taken away from us, we become nothing. Think.
We have seen some realignments also in Parliament. Some members have been moved from their committees to different committees and so on and so forth. That is still the party realigning itself towards what end?
You see, I didn't see much shake-up in those committees as the media is trying to portray. Yesterday I watched one of the local TV stations claiming that some members had been de-whipped from some committees, which is wrong. In fact, they said that the Honorable Ruth Odinga had been de-whipped from the Budget and Appropriation Committee. She's still a member of that committee.
All right.
The only change that that was noticeable was that one of
Karoli
Omondi in that CIOC committee.
Yes. And actually he said that, as you continue to explain, he said that the reason why he has been moved away from that committee is because of the upcoming elections, and that the government... 2027. And that the government wants to rig those elections. But... see,
if they are privy to any, I don't know. I wouldn't talk about rigging or not rigging, but what I know, I'm responding to your question as you put it.
Right.
That some members of the party had been de-whipped from committees. So it's only the only affected person was the chair of that committee, CIOC, which is the Honorable Karoli Omondi, member of Parliament of Susuba South. But the leader of majority explained that because of the by-elections that were held, the UDA party gained more seats, so they had an upper hand in some of these committees. And that's why ODM had to lose, because we didn't win many seats in the by-elections that were held last November.
Okay.
Anyway,
but Philip,
yes,
ODM is the broad-based government with the UDA. Why should they lose out? And this is their partner. I mean, what is it that...
you see, I wouldn't be able to respond to that because I don't sit in those meetings at the parliamentary level. There is parliamentary leadership, and one day you should invite the Honorable Junet to come and expound on this, because he's a leader of the minority. But the hullabaloo that has been caused by the shake-up is that some members have been de-whipped. It was a headline in one of the local TV stations, and many newspapers.
But Philip, you know, one of the reasons why this appears to be so, Karoli Omondi has been speaking, and the way he speaks, he clearly sides more with the group that seems aligned to Sifuna at this particular point in time. But the power within ODM doesn't lie with the Sifuna faction. So arguably one could juxtapose and say 1 + 1 in this particular case is not equal to 1, it may be equal to 2. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm saying, but there's credence to what is being said, because you can actually add and look and understand why. We also have histories where people have differed with those who are leaders in their party. We have a history. It's not that we don't understand this, and certain things have happened. But if indeed all that has happened is that UDA has taken that particular position, then it means that this partnership that they claim to have isn't really what it is supposed to be.
City, what I would say is that every member of parliament, be it in the Senate or the National Assembly, deserves to be in a committee of parliament. And as the Speaker of the National Assembly put it, if the Honorable Karoli Omondi is not in any committee, it should be reconsidered. He ought to be in a committee. And I believe that that will be addressed. And what I saw is that he still is a member of the sports and whatever committee. I think, I don't know, but I'll try to find out from the leadership about his position, because we don't want any member to feel disenfranchised, being a member of the ODM or member of the UDA or member of Ford Kenya, missing out on a committee because of this and that.
Okay.
Democratically, in a peaceful nation where democracy is a basic principle, we need to ensure that every member is in a committee.
Thank you. There's a comment here by Benjamin Ndakala amesema, one thing my brother Etale should know is that during the time of Ababu, Baba was still alive and he had all the knowledge and strength to contain the party and bring it together.
Ndakala Omwami, let me tell you, Baba left us with ODM and he gave us knowledge to build ODM much better than he would have wished to have it for many years to come. So we have each one of us in the party believes in the cause that Baba started, we shall walk that cause. Ndakala, don't worry.
Yeah.
Whatever you are saying, the rocky things that you are saying is just ephemeral. Vitu ya short-lived. Itaisha and we'll move forward.
Vincent Hope anasema, sure, Oburu can't take us anywhere and Ruto can't be an option. And actually Vincent is responding to someone else who had posted something here, but let me just read it. Sure, Oburu can't take us anywhere and Ruto can't be an option. We are ODM members and the Linda Ground Group does not advocate what ODM stood for except their personal interests. Is it true? I mean, because this has been said before, even by the Linda Mwananchi faction, that these folks in the Linda ground side are not necessarily looking out for the common Mwananchi. The Akina Ndakala here and Akina Vincent, they are looking out for themselves.
But Paul, is this not the narrative that many politicians have? You accuse somebody with whom you're at odds,
yes,
and it's political. It's not personal, and somehow they're the ones who have no interest in the citizenry. If there's an accusation of people looking after their own interests, what's the yardstick? How do we know that the people who are saying those people are looking after their own interests? How do we know that they who are saying it are not looking after their own interests? How do we determine? See, I'm actually not asking you.
Yeah, I know.
I'm asking the question because yes, you are the one who's pointed the first finger. It doesn't exonerate you. It doesn't mean that they themselves cannot be accused of the same thing.
Okay.
Not really.
Vincent, who told you that Oburu has no experience in this? Oburu has been a member of parliament since 1994. He has been close to his brother for many, many years. In fact, he has been one of his advisors for many years. Some of us would say this to Baba and would go and confirm with Oburu before he takes action. You see? So, whatever you see on social media is just propaganda. So don't follow what social media says. Sometimes social media doesn't vote. When it comes to voting, the reality on the ground inakuwa tofauti sana. Mambo kwa ground inakuanga tofauti. So this social media euphoria, as I said, inakuanga short-lived. Ni just to excite the people at that particular time and moment. Lakini tusonge mbele. So don't belittle anyone just because you've read somewhere that somebody has posted about Oburu or somebody else, blah, blah, blah. Let us embrace oneness, the oneness that Baba wanted us to have in this party. Because in his sunset days, Baba used to preach peace and he used to say, I would want to see ODM united beyond Raila. Now, this is beyond Raila. He's not there. That beyond is now. What can we do to unite our party? It's what we should be talking about. Not about what other people want us to do so that you can disintegrate what Baba started. The other day, just on Monday, you saw Rigathi calling Baba Tapeli, broker. Baba is dead, Bwana. Rigathi, stop mentioning Raila in your functions. Focus on what you want the people of Kisii region to do for you. Don't mention Raila's name. Don't use Raila as a yardstick to reach out to the people of Gusiland. That is shameful of you. You must be ashamed by that Rigathi Gachagua. Me, I don't fear you. And I'll tell you on this radio. Whatever you say about Raila, I defended Raila in life and I will defend him in death. I will do it with my might, soul, and head.
Then we have Majok 100 amesema, I agree with Comrade Papa Etale. Maandamano has already delivered what it was supposed to. The environment is now ripe for change through the ballot. Let people register to vote.
People should register. By the way, it's very sad that young people, you go to tell young people to register as voters, they tell you facilitators to go and vote. And you want change? Really? Nipatie kitu niende ni register. Nipatie fair. Just find your way like some of us did. Maybe when I registered as a voter, nobody facilitated me to go and register.
Yeah.
I just walked into the polling station, to the wherever IBC's office, and registered to vote. But you know, this mentality that I have to be facilitated to go and register to vote is what is killing this nation.
Yeah.
And the young people will continue making noise. And you should know that bad leaders are elected by good people who don't vote. So if you want to continue having the same things that you are fighting against, stop registering then.
Yeah.
You know, Philip, there is something that those of the English language call your chickens coming home to roost. The business environment in which you exist, called politics, are the ones who introduced this very concept of giving money to would-be voters and campaigning with money. It is not the citizens who decided that they wanted money. It's the politicians who introduced the money. The chickens have come to roost.
They've come home to roost.
Yes, they have.
And I heard some people say, there's a politician who kept on saying, oh, in fact, Rigathi repeated it. Oh, maendeleo yote naenda Nyanza. By the way, the people of Western have not benefited a lot. Let me tell you. And I read some of the proposals in the current budget, the budget that the 2026-2027 financial year.
Yes.
What the Western region where I come from is going to benefit from this budget as a result of broad-based is enormous in terms of infrastructure.
Yes.
About 220 kilometers of roads being done. By the way, that is not something that you can just wish away. Lakini tuongee tu siasa ya ukweli. We need to be reasonable. We need to be people who can tell the truth, and the truth will always set us free.
NADCO 10-point agenda hizo zimefikia wapi?
It is work in progress. The committee, which I sit there as a communication person, together with my colleague from my counterpart from UDA called Rob Gillo. The committee is doing tremendous progress. Currently, it's in Coast Region. The other time, a week ago, they were in Nyanza. They visited all the counties of Nyanza, held public forums, listened to the people, because you remember Nyanza was very much affected by post-election violence and also these keleles, the street protests.
Actually, every time we have protests, whether they are nationwide, that region is always on the map.
It's always on the map. And that is what some people want to continue. And I would tell this to the people of Nyanza. As a young man, please don't be used sana. Because what I saw in the Mandamano in whatever happened the other day in Kakamega,
yes,
it's a Luo who died. The other day in Kitengela, it's a Luo who died. Please change. Wachane na hii maneno bwana. You can't just be on the streets all the time. If people want you to be on the street, tell them, now we want to be in government.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that in terms of because the 10-point agenda, it had some
it is going on. There's work in progress, as I said. A preliminary report should be presented. If the committee thinks that they will not have finished their work by the 7th of March,
yes, they'll ask for an extension.
They will ask for an extension, which I believe they'll be granted at least two months to finish this work, because they need to listen to the people, gather views from the people, and come up with a concrete report that can unite this country, that can put this country on the right path, regardless of which persuasion you belong.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, if the people do not agree on a way forward come the NDC, whenever it shall be held,
NDC will be held. There has never been a disagreement in NDC. It's either yes or no.
Basically, they'll give a direction.
Yes.
Right.
So, mtu kusema there will be a disagreement, there has never been a disagreement, unless somebody wants to cause chaos.
Can I ask a question?
I believe will not happen.
Might there be other people who want to vie for the position of party leader?
If there are, they should show up now. Yes. This
So
is a
the
democratic party.
Yeah.
The D in ODM talks about democracy. Yes. Even me, I can say I want to be party leader. So anybody who wants to be party leader, they should show up now. Yeah, let's not have this.
No one has shown up.
I haven't seen. I haven't heard. And should there be any, we'll let them know. We'll let the public know that so and so has shown interest in this position of the party leader of the ODM, and it will be in public, and you people will see it. You'll read it in your news bulletins. Yes.
So hiyo siku ya NDC wenye watasema wametosheka na decision na wamesema sisi tunataka tuende direction fulani, they are free to exit the party and go do their own things.
You know, in every forum of a political party or movement or any meeting,
yes,
there's always two things. The majority will always have their way, and the minority will have their say, and it's both are recorded. So if the minority will have will object to whatever proposal will be proposed on the floor of the NDC, the minority will have their say, but the majority
will have
their way, and whoever emerges the winner will become the party leader of the ODM, and the party needs to move forward.
Okay.
What I would say is this: let us, as a people of ODM, I'm a person of ODM. I'm one of those people of ODM. I'm a member of ODM. I believe in ODM. I believe in Raila Odingaism. Not any other person. Raila is him. Because he's the person I knew. I never knew Jaramogi. I always read about him in newspapers and journals, because he died when I was in Form 1. So I never had a chance to meet him. But I thank him for siring a brave man like Raila Odinga, who came up with this idea of ODM. Let us make this ODM a greater movement. Let us not make noise. Let us not split this party. Let us not kill Raila's dream in death. Let us do it as if he's still alive. Let us work. Let us talk. Let us listen to each other and make ODM greater than it is today. Those who want to abstolate, wala wanataka kutoka, they should rethink. Waseme kwamba no, tukae chini bwana. Our absquatulation will not help this party. We have to reason together. We have to sit down. The differences that there are, some of us, maybe if I'm given a chance, I can mediate, I can be a mediator, I can call these people. Niwaambie bwana tukae chini. Tufanye hivi. Bwana wacheneni na hivi chwangumu. Listen to each other. Talk. Let's live the dream of Raila and let's make it alive. He'll be very happy. And we'll shut the people who keep mentioning his name anyhowly. They will shut them down, and watajua kwamba
those calling him a broker.
Yes, you brokers, you nini. You don't refer to a dead person numerously as if he's there to defend himself. That is bullshit. We need to stop this kind of politics. And people who listen to that kind of nonsense should also rethink. Waseme tunaambiwa nini hii sasa. Yes.
Thank you so much, Philip Etale. It's always a pleasure having you here and having these conversations about Baba, about ODM. ODM right now being one of the oldest. I think actually after KANU and maybe Safina na zingine, ODM is top 5.
ODM is the most progressive party.
Yes.
If you go to the Jeso political parties, I think when he was here, he told you that. This is the only party that files its returns in time, and you have been given a clean sheet bill of health.
Yes.
Numerously. Even last year we were told we are the only party that operates within the precincts of the law.
Hey.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
That's Philip Etale for you. We are coming to a break as far as today is concerned. See you tomorrow bright and early. Don't go too far though. Rania Abdi coming up next on the Retro Box. Alafu Lady Mathai atakuwa kule saa kenda on the Power Drive. Kisiangani and Halaiki will be coming through for the not Power Drive, but for the wind down later in the evening. They usually host some very amazing guests, so stand by for that and much more. But for myself and City, bona si kesho ni siku.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Teachers Service Commission has formally flagged concerns to Chief Justice Martha Koome over ongoing court interventions that have prevented it from filing the position of Chief Executive Officer for nearly a year. This month, the High Court ordered a pause on the recruitment process following a petition filed by Kiambu resident Simon Kimaita. The order came just days after Mombasa judge had cleared the way for the commission to proceed with the recruitment, which had been frozen since last year. Leap Africa's Diana Amabel Nwakanma says young people in